Long before the first pharaoh donned a crown of reed and flint, before the Nile had its temples and tombs, there was a silence more ancient than the desert wind. In this silence lay the unmarked beginnings of something lost, an epoch shrouded in time, its memory eroded not only by sandstorms but by our own forgetting. We know Egypt as a cradle of civilization, but what came before its cradling hands were carved from stone. Beneath the foundations of pyramids and beneath the bones of kings lie scattered clues, stones shaped too precisely, chambers dug too deep, and alignments too exact to be dismissed as primitive chance. These are not the echoes of Egypt, but of a ghost civilization buried below its legacy. There are no scrolls that tell us their names, no myths that speak clearly of their deeds. Yet the clues remain, not in libraries, but in geology. Beneath the sand, the rocks themselves murmur of knowledge once held and then forgotten. The deepest strata near Giza reveal signs of water damage, erosion that predates the Sahara. What could this mean? That long before the Nile rose as lifeblood of pharaohs, a different people stood where now only tourists walk. They built not to impress God with gold, but perhaps to balance energies, to commune with the sky, or to remember the stars from which they believed they came. This is where our journey begins, not with a dynasty or a deity, but with mystery. We are not here to solve, but to soften, to walk the edges of questions that don't demand answers but invite awe. The pre-Egyptian world is not a chapter in history. It is a hushed space between two heartbeats of time, where technology was not crude nor advanced, but simply different. And it is in this difference that wonder lives. Time, as we measure it, bends easily to our convenience. We draw lines in sand, mark calendars, and declare beginnings as if history unfolds by our design. But beneath the weight of that certainty lies an older rhythm, one etched not by scribes but by stars, floods, and shifting stones. Modern chronology insists that Egyptian civilization began around 3100 BCE, with Nama's unification and the birth of dynastic rule. Yet nature tells another story, one buried not in text but in terrain. Geological evidence around the Giza Plateau speaks of rain, heavy, sustained rainfall that hasn't touched that land for more than 7,000 years. Who, then, carved those stones before the desert swallowed them? Elsewhere, in the star-swept plains of archaeoastronomy, alignments point toward constellations as they appeared not during the reign of Khufu, but millennia earlier. The Sphinx, weathered and solemn, stares not just across sand but across epochs, its gaze perhaps fixed on an age we've forgotten how to see. Satellite imagery reveals faint outlines of vanished structures across what are now empty deserts. These ghostly grids speak of a landscape once alive with design, of civilizations that rose not beside rivers but in memory's blind spot, before the stories we allow ourselves to tell. Flood myths echo across cultures, Sumerian, Egyptian, Greek, all whispering of an earlier age drowned by water or lost to fire. Perhaps these tales are more than metaphor. Perhaps they are the remnants of oral traditions struggling to preserve the memory of an epoch that came before history began. A time when knowledge wasn't written, but lived, when structures aligned with solstices and equinoxes, not for ceremony, but for survival, or energy, or truths were no longer recognized. This forgotten epoch does not offer itself easily. It resists carbon dating and scoffs at documentation. It hides in the anomalies, in the massive stones where there should be none, in the mathematical precision from eras said to lack math, in the relics that do not fit our museum labels. We call them outliers, misclassify them, or store them away. But they persist like thorns in the tidy fabric of linear time. And in their persistence lies an invitation, not to rewrite history, but to reread it with humility. Time before time is not a myth. It is a memory embedded in earth and sky. We cannot reconstruct its timeline with tools of modern science alone. But we can pause, soften our assumptions, and listen to the land where nothing grows anymore. In that quiet, between the sediment layers and star trails, the forgotten epoch waits, not to be proven, but to be remembered. Scattered across the ancient desert are stones shaped with impossible finesse, edges so smooth, angles so precise, curves so symmetrical, they seem to defy the very idea of primitive hands. Yet no records remain, no chisels, no blueprints, no name for the knowledge that created them, just stone and silence. This is technology without legacy, not because it failed, but because it vanished. And what remains behind is not ruin, but riddle. Among the remnants are cut through granite that mimic the finish of high-speed diamond tools. Boreholes in rose-quartz spiral with such consistency they appear machined. Gigantic blocks, some weighing over 100 tons, are fitted together with no mortar, interlocking in such a way that a razor blade cannot pass between them. But there are no signs of bronze or iron, no metal tools strong enough to work such material. The wheel had not yet entered the Egyptian world, and yet the work is done. Modern engineers stand at these sites and do not scoff. They hesitate. Some admit it openly. We cannot replicate this today, not without cranes, lasers, and advanced equipment. But the civilization, whoever they were, left no trace of such tools. Only the result. Did they possess a technique we've forgotten? A material science so advanced it required no industry, only knowledge? Or did they harness something else entirely? Sound, resonance, vibration, or even intent? Some speculate the use of high-frequency tools, perhaps even sonic technology. Others suggest an understanding of crystalline structure and stress points in stone that allow precise fracture with minimal effort. There are theories of softening stone with plant-based enzymes or harnessing magnetic fields to manipulate weight. None have been proven, but none have been disproven either. What is certain is that the technology is real. It is not legend. It stands in quarries and temple foundations. It survives erosion, conquest, and the crush of time. Yet we cannot name it. It exists outside the known timeline, outside accepted history. It does not belong to the pharaohs or the empires that followed. It does not bow to our classifications. This is a technology with no name. It asks us not how it was made, but why we forgot. And in that forgetting, what else was lost? Perhaps it was never about machines, but about understanding of energy, of harmony, of the natural world in a way that required no industry, no noise, no smoke. Just hands, silence, and a knowledge so complete, it left behind only the whisper of stone. In the quiet southern bend of the Nile, where red granite sleeps beneath the sun, lies a riddle carved into stone. The unfinished obelisk of Aswan rests in its cradle, a colossal shaft of granite, over 1,000 tons in weight, lying still and incomplete, as if the hands that once worked it vanished mid-thought. It is not a monument. It is not a ruin. It is a moment frozen in stone, offering more questions than answers. This obelisk was never moved, never raised, never inscribed. It remains exactly where it was carved, still partially attached to the bedrock below. Yet its three exposed sides are smooth and linear, as though cut not by primitive hand tools, but by something far more refined. Even today, the challenge of moving a single block of this magnitude would require specialized cranes, careful transportation logistics, and digital modeling. But here it is, shaped directly in place, within the quarry itself, millennia ago. What is most striking is the nature of the cuts. Tool marks etched along the trench wall suggest a repetitive chiseling motion. But what kind of chisel could have penetrated rose granite, one of the hardest natural materials on Earth, with such consistency? Copper, the primary metal of the time, is too soft to produce this effect. And no iron tools have been recovered in association with the site. Were the tools stronger than we imagine, or was there another method entirely? Some theorize the use of dolerite pounding stones, heavy rock hammers used to beat the granite into submission. But the scale and smoothness of the surfaces make this explanation feel incomplete. The labor alone would be staggering, and yet the quarry holds no sign of massive workforces or supporting infrastructure. Others point to the possibility of lost knowledge, methods involving sound frequencies, thermal shock, or the application of unknown chemical compounds that soften the stone. These ideas are speculative, but the stone remains, offering no objection. Why was the obelisk never finished? A long vertical crack runs through its midsection, as if the stone rebelled against its shaping. Was it abandoned because of this fracture, its perfection lost? Or was something else at play, a forgotten catastrophe, a shift in political power, or the sudden disappearance of those who knew the craft? The obelisk's position, still nested within the living quarry, provides a unique glimpse into a moment before completion, before transportation, before history turned the stone into symbol. It allows us to see not the final product, but the process. And in that process, we find no comfort of explanation, just grooves, mass, and mystery. The impossible quarries of Aswan do not speak loudly. They do not demand belief in the fantastic, but they do quietly undo the idea that ancient equals primitive. They suggest a mastery of matter that, whether through labor, science, or something else entirely, existed long before textbooks say it should have. And in the shadow of that unfinished monolith, we are reminded that the deepest knowledge often leaves the fewest traces, just a surface, a cut, and a question that refuses to dissipate. Beneath the sun-bleached plateau of Sahara, where the step pyramid casts its ancient shadow, lies a hidden world carved in silence. Subterranean chambers stretch for miles, corridors that twist and vanish into dark, opening into vaults lined with polished granite, too smooth, too vast, too precise to fit within the bounds of traditional purpose. This is not merely burial ground. It is something deeper, both physically and conceptually, a labyrinth beneath history itself. The Serapeum of Sahara is the most enigmatic of these underground chambers. Long corridors carved through bedrock lead to alcoves housing enormous stone boxes, each carved from a single block of black granite or rose quartz, some weighing up to 80 tons. The lids alone are so massive they defy imagination. There is no evidence of the tools used to craft them, no cranes to lower them, and no inscriptions to explain their function. Yet they sit in perfect symmetry, aligned with care, as if awaiting something. Tradition suggests these sarcophagi were used to bury sacred bulls, symbols of divine strength in ancient Egypt. But no remains were found inside many of them. No bones, no ash, just emptiness. If these were tombs, they are the most silent tombs ever made, built for occupants that never came, or that left no trace. Some have proposed alternative theories, that these granite boxes served not a funerary, but a functional purpose. Their shape and composition suggest acoustic properties, chambers that might have amplified sound or responded to vibration. Could they have been resonance chambers, part of a forgotten science involving frequency and form? Others wonder if they were meant to store energy, not as batteries, but as harmonic vessels, collecting and focusing natural forces drawn from the earth itself. The layout of the tunnels is no less curious. They win with intentional geometry, their smooth walls marked only by the occasional chisel line or tool groove. There are no chaotic signs of construction, only deliberate planning, silent precision. Some corridors remain unfinished, cut short by unknown events. Others lead nowhere, like the vestiges of a blueprint we no longer possess. Why go to such effort for the storage of emptiness? Who moved these massive stones underground, and how? The entrance to the Serapeum is narrow, the turns tight. Modern machinery would struggle to maneuver such weights into place. Yet they sit there, perfectly embedded into their stone beds, as if they simply appeared there, born of intention rather than construction. The deeper one walks into Sahara's subterranean holes, the louder the silence becomes. It is a quiet of forgotten purpose, of chambers stripped of their original meaning. No text remains to explain them, no ritual script or architectural record. Only stone, and the echo of one's own breath in a space where mystery clings to every polished corner. Were these tunnels ritualistic, energetic, symbolic, or all three at once? We cannot say. But they remind us that beneath the foundations of what we call civilization, there are layers we do not understand. Worlds buried not only by time, but by our own refusal to wander too far. The labyrinth waits, not for exploration, but for remembrance. Not for discovery, but for stillness. And in that stillness, a question lingers. What did they know that we have forgotten? Beneath the modern surface of Abydos, tucked behind a temple dedicated to Osiris, lies a structure that doesn't belong. Not in time, not in style, not even in purpose. The Osirian is not built like other Egyptian temples. It is sunken into the earth, surrounded by water channels, and composed of megalithic granite blocks arranged with complexity that quietly defies its supposed age. These blocks, some weighing over 50 tons, rest not with mortar or joint, but with precision, interlocked, slotted, balanced. It is not decorative. It is deliberate. The polygonal shaping of these stones is uncanny. Corners are cut in such a way that multiple surfaces connect with seamless precision. Each block conforms to the shape of the ones around it, like a stone puzzle rather than a brick wall. This is not the construction of convenience. It is a result of intimate knowledge of weight, angle, and pressure. The Osirian looks less like a temple and more like a machine in stone, built for purpose, but that purpose now lost. What makes this site even more enigmatic is its striking similarity to architecture found across the world, most notably in the highlands of Peru. In the walls of Sacsayhuaman, Ollantaytambo, and other Andean sites, We see the same polygonal stonework, the same slotted interlocks, the same resistance to time and earthquake. How did these techniques, separated by oceans and allegedly thousands of years, appear so alike? No cultural contact is recorded between ancient Egypt and pre-Incan Peru. No shared writing systems, no trade routes, no oral traditions linking the two. Yet the stones whisper a different story, not of imitation, but of recurrence, as if a knowledge, an understanding of earth and energy and geometry was accessed in different places by different people, all carried from a single, older origin long forgotten. Mainstream archaeology explains the Osirian as a symbolic tomb of Osiris, built by Seti I. But Seti's own temple, just meters away, is constructed with smaller stones, with visible inscriptions and decorative panels. It sits on top of the ground. It fits the style of its time. The Osirian, by contrast, is bare, massive, and sunken, built not for aesthetics but for stability, perhaps even resonance. It does not fit. Whoever built it understood more than just construction. They understood the subtle interaction between material and force, between stone and the shifting ground beneath it. The blocks are arranged to interlock, not merely to stand, but to endure. They have resisted earthquakes, erosion, and time itself with a calm confidence. We cannot know if these techniques were shared across continents through forgotten contact, or if they emerged independently from the same source of ancient human intuition. But their presence in Abydos forces us to ask whether Egypt's story begins where we think it does, or whether it too is just a chapter in a much older, wider tale. One that spanned oceans, followed stars, and carved its memory into stone not to be read, but to be felt. In the cool silence of the Osirian, surrounded by stone that defies explanation, one feels not reverence, but recognition, as if the structure is not simply old, but remembered, not simply mysterious, but familiar. It speaks not in language, but in alignment, shape, and shadow. And we, modern passers-by, can only listen. Across the vast plateau of Giza, beyond the towering pyramids and the solemn gaze of the Sphinx, there lie broken things. Scattered blocks with jagged fractures, scorched surfaces with a sheen of glass, and stone edges that seem not chipped or carved, but warped. These anomalies are often overlooked, pushed aside as the incidental debris of ancient construction, yet they bear signs that do not align with chisels or time. They speak of force, of heat, of an encounter with something far more intense than weathering. Granite, basalt, and limestone, materials that form the very body of Egypt's most enduring monuments, appear in places as if they had once softened. Surfaces curve unnaturally, as though their rigid structure had momentarily yielded. In some areas, layers of stone appear fused together, their lines blurred like cooled magma. On other blocks, glassy patches suggest exposure to temperatures far beyond what open flame or sunlight could achieve. The air around these stones feels oddly heavy, as if it remembers an event we no longer acknowledge. Mainstream archaeology attributes such damage to quarrying accidents, lightning strikes, or erosion. But these explanations often fall short, especially when the damage appears patterned, or when it occurs only in isolated zones, far from known fault lines or quarries. Some researchers suggest that ancient builders may have possessed methods to temporarily soften stone, a technique not of brute force, but of transformation. Could intense heat have been used to reshape the stone? Ancient myths occasionally speak of fire that does not burn, of light that cuts. Some fringe theories suggest the use of concentrated solar energy, magnified through unknown lenses or reflectors. Others imagine a lost science of vibrational frequency, sound waves tuned so precisely they could disrupt molecular bonds, allowing stone to move like clay. At the base of the Great Pyramid, some of the lowest courses bear unusual signs. Not only are the blocks massive and impeccably placed, but in certain corners there is a slight sag to the stone, a soft bulge, almost imperceptible, as if gravity once pressed against something malleable. Were these edges the result of thousands of years of subtle erosion, or the fleeting aftermath of a process we no longer understand? There are even whispers of vitrification, the transformation of stone into glass-like surfaces. In war zones where atomic blasts occurred, similar patterns have been observed on soil and rock. Not in full, not identical, but eerily familiar. Could ancient sites like Giza have once been home to controlled energies that walk the line between technology and ritual? And why are some of the most damaged stones found in the most significant locations, near temple precincts, along the ancient causeways, or buried near the pyramid bases. If this was construction error, it is strange that it left behind patterns of such curious geometry. If it was accidental, it was also remarkably consistent. The broken and bent stones of Giza are not just discarded remnants. They are part of the story, the quiet aftermath of a process we have yet to decode. They are more than fragments. They are scars. Scars that hint at a past where stone was not just shaped, but changed. Not just lifted, but transformed. We walk these ruins and imagine the builders. But perhaps we should also imagine the tools, not the hammers and chisels we know, but the energies and forces they may have wielded. Forces we dismiss not because they are impossible, but because we have forgotten how to name them. Forces that leave behind not machines, but stone that bends, melts, and speaks, if only in whispers. On slabs of granite older than empires, there are marks that do not belong. Deep, sweeping grooves in perfect arcs, etched into stone so hard it shrugs off time itself. These are not accidental scratches or signs of erosion. They are the silent fingerprints of tools no longer known. Circular saw marks, too smooth, too consistent, too precise. They appear at several ancient sites, including Giza, Sahara, and Abusa. Their quiet geometry speaks a language that feels startlingly modern. And yet, they predate modernity by thousands of years. Granite is among the most resilient materials on Earth. Carving it today requires diamond-tipped blades, computer-guided machinery, and an understanding of pressure and vibration. But the official story of Egypt's early builders offers none of this. Copper was the strongest metal available. Soft, ductile, and completely unsuited for shaping hard stone on such a scale. And yet, we see evidence of curved cuts, grooves that spiral inward, suggesting large rotating blades or coring tools. Not theory, not legend, just stone and its impossible scars. Some researchers have studied these cuts closely under magnification. They note the uniformity of the feed rate, the spacing of the striations, the way the groove depth varies with smooth mechanical rhythm. This is not the signature of random chipping or handheld chiseling. It is a rhythm of machines, but machines that leave no trace. No rusted remnants, no handles, no remains. Could these have been stone tools harder than granite, used with knowledge we no longer possess? Or might they have been copper implements guided by an unknown abrasive slurry, a lost chemical technique or powdered crystal mix that transformed soft metal into precision instruments? These ideas are debated but unresolved. What remains is the evidence itself, repetitive spiral grooving, sometimes dozens of centimeters deep, sometimes only faint on the surface, but always unmistakably deliberate. At one site, a hollow granite core sits on display, its exterior lined with these same circular marks. It appears to have been drilled out like a modern test sample, except that no modern drill bit was ever found in the ruins. Just the core, and the story it refuses to tell. Mainstream explanations often lean toward speculative variations of manual labor. Hours of grinding, endless pounding, the perseverance of ancient artisans. And yet, engineers who attempt to recreate these marks using known methods consistently fail to match their speed, accuracy, and depth. Not without advanced tools. Not without electricity. Not without explanations that don't fit into the Bronze Age. And so we return to the marks, not to solve them, but to honor them. They remain not as proof, but as invitation. An invitation to consider that perhaps the ancient world was more than we allow it to be. That its builders were not simply early versions of ourselves, but participants in a knowledge system that moved differently, quietly, mysteriously, purposefully. The enigma of circular saw marks is not only about tools, but about time. It reminds us that evidence can exist outside of theory, that mystery can be carved directly into granite, and that sometimes the past speaks not in stories or symbols, but in grooves, perfect, silent grooves, that we have not yet learned how to read. At the feet of the Great Pyramid, far below the soaring geometry that draws the eyes skyward, lies a floor forgotten by most, a foundation made not of dust or sand, but of basalt, dark, volcanic stone, dense and immovable. These slabs, each weighing upwards of 30 tons, lie aligned edge to edge, fitted with a calm precision that belies their weight. There is no chaos in their placement, no sign of dragging or force adjustment. They rest as if lowered gently, as if the earth had opened its hand to receive them. Basalt is not native to the Giza Plateau. These stones were quarried many miles away, most likely near the Fayum or even further south. To bring such weight across desert terrain in a time without the wheel, without beasts of burden, and without cranes, poses a question so quiet and persistent it almost disappears into the background of more dramatic monuments. But the basalt floor is not a backdrop. It is a foundation of mystery. How are these stones moved? The official explanations offer sledges, manpower, and wet sand, friction reduced by water, leverage and ingenuity, and perhaps, for smaller blocks, this hold weight. But for 30-ton monoliths, over long distances, over uneven ground, with no roadways or scaffolding to support the drag, the logistics strain even generous imaginations. There are no ruts or damage marks on the slabs, no evidence of correction or shifting once in place. They were not forced, they were placed. Some researchers entertain the idea that the ancient builders understood balance and vibration in a way we no longer do, that perhaps they used sonic energy or frequency to reduce friction, to temporarily alter the stone's interaction with gravity. These ideas sound improbable to modern ears, yet the stones remain, mocking our certainty. Others point to lost materials, wooden rollers of unknown design, stone ball bearings, or lubricant derived from long-extinct plant resins. But all of this is speculation born of absence. The stones offer no clues. What is evident is the intention. The basalt floor is not random. It was part of a design. Some believe it once held a temple structure now lost to time. Others think it was an energetic base, dense stone chosen for its magnetic properties, arranged to amplify or ground the frequencies of the pyramid above. Basalt carries high thermal mass and vibrational stability. It absorbs energy and holds it, slowly releasing it over time. Could the ancient builders have known this? Could this have been more than a floor, perhaps a silent component of a larger system? Floating stones. That is how they feel, not in defiance of gravity, but in defiance of our understanding. To walk across them is to step on questions. Each slab, smoothed by centuries of sun and sand, holds the same message. You do not yet understand. They were brought here not by brute strength alone, but by a method hidden beneath the sands of time. In their stillness, the basalt slabs challenge us not to solve, but to listen, to imagine not the impossible, but the forgotten, a civilization that knew not only how to build, but how to move with intention, stone that float not in air, but in meaning, anchored by mystery, bound by silence. And in that silence, we are reminded once again that it is not only the towering monuments that hold secrets, but the floors we walk upon without notice. Tucked among the lesser-known relics of Giza is a small fragment that speaks with startling clarity. It is not as grand as a pyramid or as iconic as a sphinx. It is a simple core, cylindrical, grooved, and pulled from deep within a block of granite. Yet this modest artifact may be one of the most provocative pieces of evidence in the study of pre-Egyptian technology. It does not tell a story with words, but with motion, spiral grooves etched into its surface that speak of rotation, speed, and precision beyond what ancient copper tools could achieve. The granite from which the core was drilled is not forgiving. Harder than steel, it demands respect even from modern cutting tools. Yet the spiral markings on the core show uniform feed rates, deep penetration, and a smooth, consistent helix, characteristics typically associated with modern rotary drills. This is not an accidental pattern. It suggests a methodical application of force, applied with knowledge of pressure, torque, and mechanical stability. The official narrative struggles here. Copper chisels and stone hammers, standard tools of dynastic Egypt, could not produce such an effect, nor could hand-powered drills achieve the depth and consistency seen in the grooves. Engineers have examined the artifact and concluded that even with modern tools, replicating the exact spiral under the same conditions would be challenging. This tiny core stands in quiet defiance of the idea that all ancient construction was slow, manual, and limited by rudimentary implements. Who drilled it, then, and why? No documentation exists. The object has no inscriptions. It was not displayed in temples or preserved in tombs. It was simply found, left behind as an accidental echo of a process long vanished. Some suggest that it could be a remnant of a lost pre-dynastic culture, one that understood mechanical engineering at a level now erased from memory. Others suggest it may be a lone anomaly, an outlier misunderstood. But the stone speaks otherwise. The grooves are not random scratches. They are too uniform, too clean. They suggest the use of a core drill with a fixed rotational mechanism, perhaps with a drill head of unknown composition. Was it powered by hand, water, sound, electricity? These questions quickly venture beyond evidence and into speculation. But what is undeniable is the groove itself. The spiral remains, embedded in stone that resists weathering, mocking the limits of the tools we have accepted. If such a core was possible, what else might have been? Could the blocks of the pyramids have been shaped with similar tools? Could the saw marks found elsewhere be connected to the same technology? And more provocatively, was this an isolated tool or part of a greater system of construction now lost to sand and time? This single core sample becomes more than an artifact. It becomes a keyhole, a glimpse into a method, a process, a logic no longer understood. It invites us not to rewrite history recklessly, but to ask better questions, to let go of assumptions built more on convenience than truth, to wonder not just about the greatness of ancient monuments, but the quiet precision of the tools that may have built them. In the soft spiral of this granite core, there is rhythm, memory, and the echo of hands we will never see. They did not seek glory or leave their names, but they left this, a motion frozen in stone, a whisper from the deep past, turning still. The Great Pyramid rises not only in stone, but in soundless mystery. Though long regarded as a tomb, its chambers contain no royal remains. Its corridors bear no funerary decoration, and its grand galleries, angled, precise, and hollow, echo not with ritual, but with resonance. What if the pyramid was never meant to be a burial place at all? What if its purpose was not death, but energy, not symbolic, but functional? A vessel for vibration, a structure built not to store bodies, but to harness the hidden forces of the earth itself. This theory, while fringe to some, persists quietly in the minds of those who listen to the pyramid with more than just eyes. Its proportions are mathematical constants, its orientation nearly perfect to true north. Its internal geometry aligns with acoustic harmonics, as if its builders understood resonance, not as sound, but as structure. The king's chamber, built of granite, sits like a tuning fork in the core of the monument. When sound enters, the room hums, not in chaos, but in calibrated tone. Granite, rich in quartz, is piezoelectric. It responds to pressure by producing electrical charge. Could the pyramid's weight, pressing down upon its crystalline mass, have generated subtle currents? Was it designed to channel vibrational energy from the earth, energy not captured in wires or flame, but amplified through harmony? Some researchers suggest a pyramid is a scalar device, a machine of balance and frequency. Its shape and mass were not symbolic but tuned. Even the subterranean chamber, rough-hewn and unfinished, may not be accidental. Some believe it acted as a resonant cavity, pulling in low-frequency vibration from below, funneling energy upward into the structure. The ascending passageways, the grand gallery, the so-called air shafts, all align with star systems, aerodynamics, or acoustic principles. Nothing seems random. Nothing seems merely ceremonial. And yet, there are no inscriptions to explain this, no surviving blueprints or manuals. If this was a machine, its instructions were erased or never written at all. We are left with hints, hums, geometry, silence. Theories range from sound-based healing to atmospheric energy concentration, from spiritual initiation chambers to earth-grid alignment devices. Each idea stretches the imagination, but none explain away the resonance that anyone standing inside the pyramid can feel. Modern studies have confirmed acoustic phenomena within the Great Pyramid. Frequencies amplify in specific corridors. Vibration travels across the stone in waves that do not dissipate easily. Tourists sometimes report strange sensations, vertigo, chest pressure, dreamlike states, when standing in certain chambers for too long. These effects are anecdotal, but common. Is a pyramid affecting the body's energy field, or simply reminding us, through its form, that space itself can sing? The idea of resonance is not new. Ancient temples across the world, from Malta to India, were built with acoustics in mind. Chanting, music, and frequency played a central role in ritual. Could the pyramid be the peak of such a tradition, an architectural song, perfectly tuned, now forgotten? To call it a machine is perhaps misleading. It had no moving parts, no smoke, no wheels. But not all machines hum with gears. Some hum with intention, with a memory of a world where energy was not something harnessed, but something joined, not forced, but found. The Great Pyramid, in this view, was not just built, it was tuned. It continues to stand, not as a tomb, but as a question. Its silence is not emptiness, but calibration. And those who listen carefully, not with ears but with presence, sometimes sense a hum beneath the stone, a whisper not of death, but of vibration, of balance, of a technology that once resonated, and may one day do so again. In the silent architecture of the ancient world, there are patterns that go beyond function or form. There is a quiet rhythm, a balance in the unseen. Walls align not just with the earth, but with the stars. Chambers echo not just with footsteps, but with frequency. These structures, some older than civilization as we know it, appear to have been designed with an understanding of something deeper than stone. They were not just built, they were tuned. Their proportions hum with geometry, their holes vibrate with intention. And at the heart of it all lies a question. Did the ancients know sound not just as music, but as force? Sound is vibration. It moves through matter. It alters form. In modern laboratories, Semantics shows us how sound forms complex patterns when exposed to certain frequencies, geometric shapes that shift and bloom with each change in tone. In the sacred spaces of antiquity, we see these patterns echoed in stone. The dimensions of rooms, the placement of pillars, the spacing of steps all reflect harmonic ratios, mathematical constants tied to vibration and wave. In Egypt, some chambers within temples and pyramids respond strongly to chanting or tone. The king's chamber, with its granite walls, sustains low-frequency vibrations for long periods. The grand gallery seems to carry sound upward, as if designed to elevate not only voice, but resonance itself. These are not the accidental results of architecture. They are signs of acoustic precision, applied with knowledge and purpose. Outside Egypt, similar harmonics are found. In the hypogeum of Al Safieni in Malta, a small room carved from rock resonates at 111 Hz, a frequency now studied for its effects on brainwave activity and meditative states. In the megalithic tombs of Ireland and Scotland, certain stones ring when struck, as if they were tuned instruments waiting for a hand that no longer comes. Even in India's ancient temples, mantras are chanted at specific frequencies to vibrate the stone corridors and sanctums, not merely for worship, but for alignment. Then there is sacred geometry, the art of form as frequency made visible. Circles, triangles, and golden ratios appear again and again in ancient sites. These are not decorative choices. They are blueprints of harmonic laws. The Fibonacci sequence, the flower of life, and the principles of fire are embedded into temples, monuments, and city layouts. Geometry, like sound, was not abstract. It was alive. It governed structure because it governed the universe. If sound could shape matter, could it have been used to move it? Some have suggested that acoustic levitation, using focused sound waves to lift and position objects, may have played a role in the transportation of massive stones. Though this theory remains speculative, modern experiments have proven the principle on small scales. The idea that ancient engineers understood and applied such force is difficult to prove, but impossible to dismiss outright. There is also the question of healing and transformation. Cultures across the world use sound for balance, for mind, for body, for space. Did these ancient sites function as harmonic environments, designed to align human consciousness with natural frequencies? Were rituals more than symbolic acts? Were they acts of resonance, of attunement between people, place, and cosmos? We may never know the full extent of this knowledge. The tools are gone. The formulas, if they existed, have not survived, but the structures remain. And in their silence, they continue to speak, not with language, but with echo, with balance, with ratios that feel more like music than mathematics. Ancient builders may not have seen the world as separate parts, physics, art, ritual, architecture, but as one living whole. In that unity, sound was not just heard. It was built. It was felt. It was a force as real as gravity, as powerful as water, and as invisible as breath. Their temples were not just places. They were instruments. And so, Across deserts and hillsides, beneath mountains and stars, these harmonic spaces wait. They do not ask us to decode them, only to stand within them, to breathe, and to listen. In that quiet, we begin to feel what they once knew, that everything vibrates. And in that vibration lies the memory of a civilization that shaped the world not with conquest, but with tone. In the shadowed halls of the Temple of Athera, amidst columns carved with celestial calendars and lotus blossoms, there is an image that continues to stir quiet controversy. Tucked away in the crypt beneath the main temple, a series of stone reliefs shows an unusual object, long, bulb-shaped, with a curling filament-like shape inside. It rests in a lotus base, from which a thick cable-like vine extends, leading to a box-like shape behind it. Beside it stand figures holding the object, sometimes with arms raised, as if in reverence or activation. Some call it the dendrolite. To the mainstream scholar, this image is metaphor, symbolic art representing the myth of creation. The curling form inside the bulb is said to represent a serpent, the Harsomptus deity, emerging from a lotus flower. The bar-like form is a jade pillar, symbolizing stability. The imagery is seen as spiritual allegory, not technological blueprint. Yet the visual resemblance to a modern light bulb, especially an arc lamp or Crookes tube, is uncanny enough that it has drawn attention beyond the academic world. Supporters of the alternative view ask not only what the relief looks like, but why it appears where it does. The crypt where the dendrolite relief is carved is narrow, dim, and unusually difficult to access. It was not meant for public viewing. Why carve such detailed, technical imagery in such an inaccessible place? Why risk firelight to decorate a chamber deep underground, if fire itself were difficult to use in such tight, oxygen-limited spaces? There are no soot marks on the ceilings of Dendra's deeper rooms, no sign of torches or oil lamps used regularly over centuries. The absence is notable, especially in a temple known for intricate ceilings covered in fine, colored detail. Could this absence suggest a form of light that left no residue? Those who see the relief as evidence of ancient electricity point to the shape of the bulb, the snake as filament, the lotus as base, and the wire-like stem feeding into a mysterious device. It is not only the object that intrigues, it is the surrounding figures, the posture, the repetition across multiple panels. It seems too intentional, too mechanical, to dismiss entirely. But without physical evidence of ancient electrical systems, no wires, no bulbs, no sources of power, the theory floats in uncertainty. There are no circuits, no batteries, no copper coils, just a carving and its unsettling familiarity. The Baghdad battery, discovered in Iraq, shows that early understanding of electrochemical reactions may have existed, but no equivalent has yet been found in Egypt. Perhaps the dendrolite is not a literal light, but a memory, a symbolic echo of lost technology, reduced to metaphor by a civilization already distant from its source. Or perhaps it was an artistic shorthand for energy, divine radiance, or cosmic life, the kind of language carved in stone not to instruct, but to preserve myth. And yet, the shape lingers. It looks too much like what we know. It glows in the imagination. In a temple where the stars were tracked, the calendar carved, and the cosmos embodied in architecture, could energy too have been encoded, through image, through symbol, through silence? The dendrolite remains an enigma, a single relief in a single room, speaking to two audiences at once. To one, it is myth. To the other, it is memory. And somewhere between the two, it simply is a shape in stone, a thought in shadow, and a question that continues to glow long after the torch has passed. The Great Pyramid of Giza, immense and silent, continues to whisper strange coincidences into the ears of those who listen closely. One of the most curious is numerical, a detail so precise it feels almost deliberate. The geographic latitude of the pyramid's apex is 29.9792458 degrees north. The speed of light, measured in meters per second, is 299,792,458. The numbers align with uncanny closeness, separated only by format. One marks position. The other defines the speed at which all electromagnetic energy moves through space. Could this be mere coincidence? Or does it point toward a deeper intelligence behind the pyramid's placement? In the realm of modern physics, the speed of light is a cornerstone, a constant that governs time, energy, and the very nature of reality. but it was only calculated with precision in the 20th century. How, then, could a monument built more than 4,000 years ago align so closely with that very number? To suggest the ancient Egyptians had this knowledge appears outrageous. No historical record exists of such scientific awareness, no units of measure to support it, no tools to test such velocity. Yet the pyramid stands exactly where it does, immovable, immense, deliberate. Its builders chose this spot, this alignment, this orientation. It is aligned with true north more precisely than any other ancient structure. It reflects solar and stellar cycles. It encodes mathematical constants such as pi and the golden ratio in its geometry. The Great Pyramid is not a random pile of stone. It is a message, expressed through proportion and placement. The latitude matching the speed of light might be another such message. Subtle, silent, exact. Skeptics argue that the connection is purely accidental, that the metric system is a human invention, a modern framework retroactively applied to past. They note that ancient builders had no concept of meters or seconds, and so the similarity must be meaningless. But the pyramid does not change. It remains at that coordinate, on a planet where numbers echo across language and time. Perhaps units don't matter as much as relationships, patterns that recur because they are embedded in the very structure of reality. Could the ancient architect have encoded knowledge not through text, but through alignment? Not through language, but through mathematics? It's possible that they did not know the speed of light as we do, but that they understood the world in harmonic frequencies, cycles, and geometric ratios that, in their own way, pointed toward the same truths. The universe hums with numbers. Perhaps the builders were simply listening more closely. Others wonder whether the pyramid was a receiver or a transmitter, tuned to Earth's energy grid, or to the cosmos itself. If it were designed to amplify natural forces, might it also serve as a map, a marker of knowledge to come? The alignment to the speed of light becomes, then, less about the builder's understanding, and more about resonance between earth, sky, and mind. Still, there is no proof. No tool remains, no record, just a number, just a coordinate, just a question carved in stone and silence. The Great Pyramid does not explain itself. It only stands, firm and flawless, as it has for thousands of years. In that stillness, it holds space for the wonder itself. Whether by design or by cosmic chance, the Great Pyramid's location reflects one of nature's great constants. It does not matter if it was intentional. What matters is that it exists, a monument aligned with light, a structure built for eternity, a single point on Earth that somehow knows the speed at which light moves through the void. Beneath the sands of Sahara, through a narrow stone passage lit only by dim echoes, lies one of the strangest enigmas of the ancient world. The Serapeum, an underground necropolis near the Step Pyramid, is a labyrinth of rock-hewn corridors and silent chambers. Inside those chambers sit black boxes, enormous, impeccable, unyielding, each one carved from a single block of solid granite or diorite. Some weigh over 70 tons, their lids alone rivaling the mass of small vehicles. And yet, they were lowered into these tomb-like alcoves with perfect alignment, their surfaces so smooth and flush that even modern laser levels find little to fault. They are known to us simply as the granite boxes of the Serapeum. Traditional narratives hold that these boxes were sarcophagi for the Apis bulls, animals held sacred in ancient Egyptian religion. Yet many of the boxes contain no inscriptions, no bones, no evidence of burial. Some were found completely sealed and empty. Others show signs of disturbance, but no trace of their original contents. If they were meant as coffins, they were built to an excessive standard, as though designed to withstand not merely time, but something more: pressure, vibration, perhaps even force. Each box were hollowed with astonishing precision. The inner cavities are symmetrical, the corners flawless, the interiors polished to a mirror-like finish. The effort to carve such a box from granite would be immense, even with today's tools. And yet these were not only carved, but transported, moved through tight corridors, and positioned with grace in dim subterranean spaces. There is no record of how this was done. No ramps, no pulleys, no scaffolding. Just the result: quiet, massive, perfect. What were they for? Some researchers suggest they were resonance chambers. The shape, material, and density of the boxes may have allowed them to amplify low-frequency sound. Their interiors could vibrate with specific tones, potentially for ritual, healing, or even energy manipulation. Others imagine them as storage units, not for physical objects, but for information encoded in vibrational frequency, vessels for something more subtle than bones or treasure. There are those who propose more unconventional ideas, that the Serapeum was a power facility of sorts, its layout, materials, and precision tuned to harness or manipulate natural energies beneath the earth. Granite, rich in quartz, is known for its piezoelectric properties. Might these boxes have functioned as conductors or insulators in a forgotten form of technology? Still others see them as initiatory chambers, sealed spaces used in ancient rites of passage. The darkness, the stillness, the weight of stone pressing from all sides could induce altered states of consciousness. A womb of stone, a place between death and rebirth. But these remain only theories, unanchored by inscription or tradition. One of the most puzzling aspects is the lack of documentation. The ancient Egyptians documented everything, from harvests to hymns. Yet nothing was written about these black boxes. No name, no story, no instruction. Just smooth walls, heavy lids, and silent spaces. The Serapeum does not yield its secrets easily. Its corridors twist like riddles, its chambers breathe with the hush of the unseen. To stand before one of these granite giants is to feel not fear, but reverence. They are not ominous. They are not grand. They are simply present, rooted in stone and time, awaiting recognition. Perhaps they are remnants of forgotten practice, or survivors of an older epoch, their purpose lost beneath layers of ritual and reinvention. Perhaps they were never meant to be understood by us at all, just to endure, to witness. The black boxes of the Serapeum remain closed, not only in body, but in meaning. And in that silence, they continue to speak, not with answers, but with gravity, with the weight of mystery made solid. Deep within the bones of the Great Pyramid lies a quiet potential, one that hums not with mysticism, but with mineral science. Granite, used in the king's chamber and other core sections of the structure, contains a high concentration of quartz. And quartz, though silent and unassuming, holds a secret quality. It is piezoelectric. When compressed, bent, or stressed, it produces a tiny electrical charge. In modern devices, this property powers watches, sensors, and even sonar systems. But in the heart of an ancient monument, it raises a different kind of question. Could the pyramid itself have been designed to harness this subtle force? Piezoelectricity is not electricity in the way we understand from outlets or batteries. It is more delicate, more elemental, an energy produced directly from the structure of a crystal responding to mechanical stress. In the context of the Great Pyramid, where immense weight presses down upon layers of granite, the conditions for piezoelectric response are undeniably present. Each stone, locked under tons of pressure, could become a quiet generator, not enough to light a bulb, but perhaps enough to alter the surrounding energetic field, to influence vibration, or to resonate with the Earth's natural frequencies. The idea that ancient builders understood and used this property is, of course, speculative. There are no wires, no storage systems, no glowing lights left behind. Yet the pyramid's design hints at more than just architectural brilliance. The materials were not chosen at random. The placement of chambers, the alignment to cardinal directions, the massive mass of stone, all seem to reflect a knowledge not only of stability, but of interaction. Interaction between stone and force, between pressure and place. Quartz-rich granite is most concentrated in the king's chamber, where 5 massive ceiling slabs rest atop one another, each separated by a gap. Above them, relieving chambers redirect pressure down the pyramid's core. Could this pressure, steadily bearing down for millennia, have been used to generate a steady piezoelectric charge? If so, what was its purpose? Some theories propose that the pyramid functioned as a resonator, an energy collector that gathered vibrational frequencies from the earth and atmosphere. The piezoelectric properties of its materials could help modulate, direct, or store these subtle energies. Others believe the structure may have influenced biological systems, healing, meditation, altered states of awareness, by generating fields imperceptible to the eye, but deeply felt by the body. Though science has not confirmed such uses, experiments with sound inside the king's chamber have revealed strong standing waves at specific frequencies. The chamber itself appears acoustically resonant, amplifying sound in ways consistent with a tuned environment. If sound and stress were both present, vibration and pressure, then piezoelectric effects would not only be possible, but likely. Could this mean the builders knew what they were doing? Or was the effect incidental, a byproduct of materials chosen for their strength and availability? The absence of documentation leaves only inference. Yet when structures from antiquity align with modern science, even unintentionally, the possibility of lost understanding becomes harder to ignore. What makes the idea even more compelling is that quartz was revered in many ancient cultures. It was carved into amulets, placed in burial sites, and used in ceremonial tools. Some traditions considered it a living stone, a transmitter of spirit, memory, or power. Perhaps they did not know the word piezoelectricity, but they may have known the feeling of quartz when charged, the faint spark, the vibrational pull. And so the pyramid stands, built from millions of tons of carefully placed stone, some of it humming quietly under pressure, always pressed by gravity and time. Whether or not this was the intention of its creators, the effect exists. Energy from structure, charge from silence. We may never know if ancient architect designed the pyramid to be a generator, a healer, or simply a monument of mathematical wonder. But the presence of piezoelectric materials in such deliberate construction opens a door, not into fantasy, but into possibility, a reminder that stone, when placed with care and purpose, becomes more than architecture. It becomes interaction, a quiet circuit of pressure and presence, humming eternally under the desert sun. Beneath the gentle murk of the Mediterranean, where the Nile Delta stretches out into salt water and silt, ruins sleep. Ancient stones rest under layers of sediment, cloaked in centuries of silence. Once, these were cities. Now, they are whispers. Heraclean, Canopus, Thonis, named pulled from myth, long believed to be nothing more than poetic invention. But in the soft currents of the sunken delta, they have emerged again, pillars, sphinxes, temple walls, colossal statues, fragments of a world once vibrant with trade, devotion, and mystery. Heraclean was said to be a gateway between the divine and the mortal. Mentioned by Herodotus and other ancient writers, it faded into obscurity as Alexandria rose to prominence. For centuries, it was lost, its location a mystery, its reality questioned. Then, in the early 2000s, marine archaeologists uncovered its remains beneath the Bay of Abuka. Buried beneath layers of sand and clay, they found an entire city, keys, coins, ceremonial boats, and temples still standing, their forms preserved by water's gentle shroud. Nearby, the ruins of Canopus reveal themselves as well, another city, long lost, swallowed by the sea perhaps due to earthquakes, rising waters, or slow decay of foundations weakened by time and shifting land. Massive stones lie toppled yet undisturbed, as if laid down to rest. Columns rise from the seabed, traced with faint inscriptions. Statues of gods and rulers stand tilted in the underwater gloom, their features worn but recognizable. These discoveries prove that what was once myth may have always been memory. And they lead to a larger question. What else lies beneath the delta, still buried? The Nile is a river of stories, but its mouth holds more than silt and sediment. Much of ancient Egypt's earliest architecture was built near this area, where fresh water met the sea, where trade and ritual merged, where temples once stood to mark the meeting of heaven and earth. But the delta is not stable ground. It shifts, it floods, it sinks. Over millennia, sea levels have risen, earthquakes have ruptured the earth, and land has been swallowed without sound. Cities may lie below not just meters of water, but of time, undiscovered, unmapped, forgotten. Temples of the early dynasties, harbors older than written history, even remnants of pre-dynastic settlements, structures from before Egypt became Egypt. Underwater archaeology is still young, and much of the delta remains inaccessible, clouded by currents, hidden by mud, protected by silence. Yet with each sonar scan, each careful dive, more shapes emerge. Walls in perfect right angles, artifacts untouched by looters. The seabed holds not ruins alone, but records. Records of how people once lived, once built, once honored a god beneath the open sky. What secrets still lie beneath the delta's waters? Could a greater city, older than Heraclean, remain untouched? Could structures linked to a forgotten epoch, or even a civilization before dynastic Egypt, lie quietly waiting beneath the waves. In the slow rhythm of exploration, the Nile Delta begins to speak again. Not loudly, not quickly, but with the weight of real discovery. It reminds us that history is not always where we expect it to be, that myth is not always fiction, that the past, like the sea, holds more than we can see from the surface. The submerged monuments of the Delta do not seek attention. They rest, quiet and unseen, holding onto their mystery just a little longer. But each ripple, each dive, brings us closer, not to answers, but to wonder. And in that wonder, we rediscover the simple truth, that what is lost is not always gone. Sometimes it is just waiting, beneath the water, beneath the noise, beneath the reach of certainty, for the right eyes to see it again. Southwest of Cairo, past the boundaries of the Nile's familiar embrace, the land opens into a quiet expanse of sun, salt, and silence. Here lies the Fayum Basin, an ancient oasis ringed by desert, fed by an offshoot of the Nile called the Bayas. Today, it is calm and largely forgotten. But long ago, this region pulsed with life, learning, and extraordinary human effort. It was not just fertile, it was engineered. The Fayum was not merely a place gifted by nature. It was shaped by intention, guided by minds that understood water not as chance, but as craft. In antiquity, the Fayum was home to vast irrigation systems, designed to control the flow of the Nile floodwaters and direct them across farmland in measured cycles. Canals, sluices, and channels crisscross a region, transforming desert into abundance. Some of these channels still exist today, weathered and dry, but unmistakably shaped by human hands. Among them was Lake Moeris, a massive, partly artificial lake believed to have been regulated by intricate floodgates and reservoirs. According to Herodotus, this lake alone required a work of tens of thousands and served both as a means of water control and a refuge for ships. More than engineering, the Fayum may also have been a center of wisdom. Ancient accounts hint at great libraries, scrolls of astronomy, medicine, mathematics, and spiritual philosophy stored in the temples that once stood near its shores. Some say that before the famed Library of Alexandria, there were repositories of knowledge in the Fayum, scriptoria where priests and sages recorded not only ritual, but science. These scrolls, now lost, were said to contain fragments of even older wisdom, inherited from a time when God still walked among men, or when knowledge flowed like water from a civilization long vanished. What happened to this knowledge? Much of it, it seems, vanished beneath sand or flame. Invasions came. Dynasties crumbled. Temples were destroyed or abandoned. The scrolls, if they existed, were either burned, buried, or broken apart by time's slow hand. The Fayum became an agricultural zone once more, still productive, but no longer seen as sacred, no longer remembered as a nexus of human potential. Archaeological excavations in the Fayum have uncovered pieces of this hidden past, Greco-Roman portraits painted with haunting realism, ruined temple walls inscribed with astronomical tables, fragments of papyrus preserving fragments of lost texts. But so much remains beneath the surface, beneath lake beds, beneath fields, beneath modern towns built atop the footprints of forgotten brilliance. There are whispers, too, of older origins. Some believe the Fayum's irrigation systems predate the Middle Kingdom, perhaps originating from a civilization whose traces now lie eroded and scattered. The precision of the canals, the scale of the lake modification, the integration of hydrology and infrastructure suggest more than a simple farming community. They point to design, to continuity, to memory. Could the Fayum be one of the last resting places of pre-dynastic knowledge? A place where the fading echoes of an earlier world were written down before being finally lost? We cannot say. The sands guard their secrets well, but the landscape hints at more. Today, the Fayum is quiet again. The lake is shallow. The channels are mostly dry. The temples are ruins. But the bones of its former grandeur remain just visible, enough to remind us that great things once grew here. Not just crops, but understanding. Not just canals, but the careful mapping of a world both physical and unseen. In the forgotten oasis, time moves slowly, and the past sleeps lightly. Perhaps one day, beneath the field or the silt of Lake Moeris, a chamber will be found. A scroll, a wall, a voice, faint but clear, that tells us who once lived here and what they knew. Until then, the Fayum remains a quiet guardian of secrets too long buried, and perhaps too precious to rush. The Great Sphinx of Giza, timeless and weathered, stares eastward across the desert with the gaze of eternity. Its expression is serene, its silence profound. Carved from a single limestone outcrop, it has stood for millennia as both guardian and riddle, an emblem of Egypt's depthless past. And yet, as imposing as the Sphinx is above ground, it may be what lies beneath it that holds the greatest mystery. For under its pores, beneath the bedrock platform on which it rests, ground-penetrating radar has detected something unexpected: anomalies, voids, chambers. In the 1990s, several independent teams using geophysical surveys identified rectangular patterns beneath the Sphinx. These anomalies show clear boundaries and sharp corners, unlike natural fissures. Some appeared to be hollow spaces, as though rooms or tunnels had been carved into the bedrock long ago. The Egyptian authorities acknowledged these readings, but access to excavate further was not granted. The chambers remain unentered. What lies within them is unknown. Mainstream scholars propose these anomalies are natural cavities, formed by the same erosion and water activity that have long shaped the Giza Plateau. Yet their symmetry, placement, and scale suggest otherwise. One particularly intriguing anomaly lies directly beneath the Sphinx's front paws. In ancient texts, including those attributed to the legendary mystic Hermes Trismegistus, there are references to a hall of records, a hidden chamber containing knowledge from a lost civilization, perhaps even Atlantis. Though regarded as myth, the idea continues to draw curiosity. Could these underground chambers be more than erosion? Could they be vault constructed deliberately, repositories of ritual objects, scrolls, or even something more enigmatic? The builders of the Sphinx left behind no inscriptions on its surface, no blueprint, no declaration of purpose. Its face, thought to resemble a pharaoh, has been worn and recarved. Its origin is still debated. Some scholars suggest it predates the dynastic period altogether, based on water erosion along its flanks, suggesting that it may have been carved when the region experienced heavy rainfall over 7,000 years ago. If the Sphinx itself is older than assumed, then whatever lies beneath it may also be older. A chamber untouched by later civilizations, a relic of a time before Egypt's historical memory begins. What could such a space contain? Artifacts? Bones? A single stone bearing names we do not know how to pronounce? Or simply emptiness, nothing but shadow and echo? What fuels the mystery is not just what the scans reveal, but what is withheld. Access to the Sphinx's substructure is highly restricted. Excavations have been limited, and findings, if any, are not public. The reasons are many: preservation, politics, uncertainty. But the result is the same: silence. There are known tunnels in the Sphinx enclosure, one behind the head, another near the tail, and vertical shafts that descend into unknown depths. Some are sealed, others lead nowhere visible. Are they part of the same system suggested by the radar anomalies? Or are they later additions, carved in search of the very secrets we now seek? The idea of hidden chambers beneath a monument is not unprecedented. Many ancient structures contain sublevels, crypts, and sealed rooms. But the Sphinx is different. It sits alone. It is not part of a larger temple, not hollow or filled. It watches. It waits. And if something lies beneath, it has remained undisturbed for thousands of years. There is a certain reverence in not knowing. The possibility of hidden chambers beneath the Sphinx is not simply a curiosity. It is a reminder that the ancient world still holds its breath. That beneath the monuments we think we understand, there are layers we have not yet touched. Knowledge sealed in silence. Intentions carved in stone, then buried in dust. Perhaps the anomalies are nothing more than geological formations. Perhaps they are vaults filled with sand. Or perhaps they are something else entirely, a gift from a civilization we no longer remember, waiting to be heard in a world that has nearly forgotten how to listen. For now, the Sphinx watches. The chambers remain closed. The desert sleeps. And beneath it all, the unanswered question continues to hum, quietly, persistently, beneath the pores of stone. Among Egypt's many wonders, temples often rise beside the Nile, aligned to its life-giving current, oriented toward the gods, the sun, the stars. But scattered across more remote stretches of desert, away from the great river's banks, are temples that do not follow this sacred alignment. They do not face the water. They do not face the stars. They face inward, toward the land, toward the horizonless silence of the western sands. These are the misplaced structures, the overlooked sanctuaries of the Valley of Forgotten Temples. Some of these temples are buried almost entirely, with only fragments of walls visible above the sand. Others stand partially preserved, their entrances misaligned with the celestial patterns observed in more prominent monuments. These structures point not to the Nile, but to lands that once held meaning, perhaps now lost beneath desert dunes or buried under centuries of wind-blown dust. Their orientation invites a quiet question. What were they built for, and why do they turn away from everything we expect? In these forgotten places, there is little inscription to guide us. Names have eroded. Reliefs are faint. Some temples lack hieroglyphs altogether. Their construction is heavy, often using megalithic blocks that seem older than their surviving decorative styles. The architecture speaks not of empire or spectacle, but of intent, as if these were not places for the public, but for memory, for ritual known only to those who once walked these stones. Archaeologists have noted that certain western-facing temples share characteristics unusual for typical Egyptian design: unmarked altars, deep subterranean chambers, and unusually thick walls. The energy feels different. These are not celebratory structures. They are contemplative, quiet, reserved. Some speculate they may have served as transitional sites, places between worlds, constructed not for the gods of state religion, but for the ancestors of a people whose names are no longer spoken. Local legends sometimes speak of older cities buried in the direction these temples face, settlements swallowed by sandstorms or consumed by the slow, patient encroachment of the Sahara. These stories, passed down in fragments, mention pathways of stone, lakes that no longer exist, and roads that led to temples where voices once sang under stars that no longer rise in the same sky. These are not stories of grandeur, but of loss, of remembering something important, even as its shape disappears. The alignment of these temples may hold clues. Some seem to point toward areas of geological significance, outcrops, caverns, or ancient water tables now dry. Others align with lesser-known celestial events, such as the setting of stars long considered sacred in older traditions. Their purpose may have been to mark a forgotten calendar, a vanished festival, or a cosmology overwritten by newer orders. To walk among these temples is to feel history breathing beneath the surface. There are no crowds here, no tour guides, just stone and wind, and the knowledge that someone once cared enough to build where no river flowed. Someone chose this orientation for a reason. Not random, not careless, meaningful. Perhaps these temples were once way stations, markers on a pilgrimage route now buried. Perhaps they were memory palaces, built to preserve a lineage, an origin, a moment that could not be fully written down. Or perhaps they simply point home, to a place the builders no longer inhabited, but remembered through stone. In the Valley of Forgotten Temples, there are no final answers, only suggestion. A half-buried column, a lintel cracked by heat, a doorway filled with sand. But together, they offer a whisper of a different Egypt, one not centered on kings or conquest, but on stillness. A civilization that looked inward, not upward, that honored what was behind them as much as what lay ahead. And in this inward turning, we too are invited to pause, to consider that not all temples point to gods. Some point to memory, to origin, to lands that may never return, but which still live quietly in the orientation of stone. South of Giza, just beyond the edges of the tourist maps, the land flattens into pale emptiness. Sand stretches in all directions, disturbed only by occasional fences, faded signs, and guarded checkpoints. Here, in the silence between Cairo's sprawl and the known monuments of Dasha, lies the White El-Arian, a name barely spoken, a place marked on maps but closed to all. Beneath this desert, a city once stood. What remains now is not ruins, but restriction, fences, secrecy, and stillness, and the unsettling weight of what has been buried, not just by sand, but by silence. Little is officially known about the White El-Arian. What we do know comes from brief archaeological surveys carried out before the site was sealed by military control in the mid-20th century. During these early visits, researchers uncovered massive stone structures, including the base of an unfinished pyramid far larger than it appeared. The subterranean chamber beneath this base was unlike anything else in Egypt, dug deep into the bedrock, its walls smooth, its dimension precise, as if it were the foundation of a machine rather than a tomb. There are no inscriptions, no royal cartouches, no funerary art, just stone, cut with confidence and silence. Some believe the pyramid may have belonged to a forgotten pharaoh. Others think it predates the dynastic timeline altogether. What puzzles many is the level of sophistication in its construction and the scale of effort involved in building something so massive only to abandon it, or to finish it, perhaps, in a way we do not yet understand. But it is not just the unfinished pyramid that draws whispers. There are accounts of other structures, walls, chambers, tunnels, now covered by layers of sand and off-limits to all. Locals speak of deep shafts, of machinery unearthed and then hidden away, of strange symbols unlike typical hieroglyphs. These are stories, not evidence. But the tight grip of secrecy only fuels speculation. Why seal off a site of such apparent importance? Why deny entry to scholars, explorers, and historians? Some suggest military installations have overwritten the ancient foundations, repurposing old stone into new fortifications. Others believe something was found there, something disrupted to the accepted narrative. There are even theories of lost technologies, artifacts removed under cover of darkness, quietly stored or forgotten. The lack of transparency creates space not only for mystery, but for myth. Satellite imagery reveals strange outlines in the sand, rectangles, alignments, and patterns that do not match natural formations. Could these be buried walls, city blocks, avenues of forgotten urban center? Or are they merely illusions, tricks of wind and erosion? Without access, there is no way to know. What haunts the White Elarian is not just what may lie underground, but what has been locked away above it. Knowledge held back, questions left unanswered. It is one thing for time to bury a city. It is another for human hands to prevent its unearthing. Perhaps what lies beneath is simply a fragment, an unfinished monument, a broken chapter in Egypt's vast architectural legacy. Or perhaps it is more, a city swallowed not only by sand, but by fear of what it might reveal. Not fear of danger, but fear of disruption. Disruption of timelines, of assumptions, of the neat order we have assigned to the ancient world. The desert keeps its secrets well. Winds smooth over every sign, and shifting dunes rewrite the land daily. But something remains as a White Elarian. Not just stone or ruin, but weight. The weight of something hidden. Whether ancient or modern, lost or kept, it lies just beneath the surface, waiting, unseen, unknown. And in that waiting, the desert does what it has always done. It covers, it preserves, and it watches. Quietly, patiently, without need for answers. Because sometimes the mystery is not in what was built, but in why it was buried. Far into the Nubian desert, where the sand stretches into stillness and time feels suspended, there is a place that predates history's familiar rhythms. Hey, at Nabta Playa, scattered across a dry lakebed now long devoid of water, lie stone circles, upright slabs, and megalithic alignments that speak not of shelter or ceremony, but of the stars. Silent, weathered, and half-buried, these stones form one of the world's oldest known astronomical sites, older than Stonehenge, older even than the earliest pyramids. They suggest a moment when humanity first lifted its eyes to the sky and saw not mystery, but meaning. Discovered in the 1970s, the site lies hundreds of kilometers from the Nile in an area inhospitable to sustained life today. But in the distant past, nearly 7,000 years ago, this region was a seasonal lake, surrounded by communities who tracked its rhythms and studied the heavens above. At the center of the site is a stone circle, modest in size, but complex in implication. The standing stones align with key celestial events, solstices, cardinal directions, and the rising of stars like Sirius, which later became vital to the Egyptian calendar. Some of the megaliths stretch across hundreds of meters in deliberate rows, forming sight lines that mark the movement of the sun and perhaps even map the precession of the equinoxes. Their placement is not random. Their orientation reveals a deep, sustained observation of the sky. Whoever built Nabta Playa understood cycles that unfold over centuries, and they marked them in stone, not with text, but with placement. Each alignment suggests long-term tracking of the stars, implying a form of knowledge passed down through generations. What makes this more extraordinary is the date. Radiocarbon dating places the construction of Nabta Playa around 4,800 BCE, nearly 2,000 years before the rise of dynastic Egypt. There are no temples, no pharaohs, no writing, just people, sky, and stone. And yet, the level of precision rivals that of much later civilizations. The stones were not placed casually. They were designed to observe, to predict, perhaps even to worship or interpret celestial rhythms with sophistication far beyond what we associate with Neolithic culture. Some refer to Nabta as a stargate, not in the science fiction sense of portals or transport, but as a gateway of awareness, a place where the people of Earth first began to measure their place in the cosmos. Was it used for ritual, for timekeeping, for aligning seasonal migrations with solar patterns? All are possible, but what seems certain is that this was more than a camp or gathering point. It was a center of observation, of calibration between the human and the celestial. The parallels between Nabta and later Egyptian cosmology are hard to ignore. The alignment to Sirius prefigures the heliacal rising of the star that came to mark the flooding of the Nile. The idea of stone as a means of encoding cosmic rhythm begins here, in the empty desert, not in the crowded temples of later kings. Some even speculate that the spiritual and astronomical traditions of ancient Egypt may trace their roots to the knowledge preserved and practiced at this site, long before the Nile became a kingdom. No great monuments stand here, no towering columns. Yet the simplicity of Nabta is its power. The stones remain, tilted, quiet, and precise. They were not built to impress. They were built to last, to mark time in a place where time otherwise drifts like sand. Nabta is a reminder that the story of human knowledge does not begin with empire. It begins with stillness, with watching the stars, with placing one stone in line with another and waiting to see what rises in the sky. It begins in silence, with observation, with memory carried not in books, but in alignments etched into the earth. And in that desert stillness, where water once mirrored the stars, the stones remain, watching, marking, reminding us that even before civilization, we looked upward, and that in looking, we learned to build. In the vast western reaches of Egypt, where the Sahara stretches endlessly and dunes rise like ocean waves frozen in time, there lingers a quiet suggestion, one whispered by explorers, myth-makers, and seekers of forgotten truths. Beneath these sands, some say, lies more than dry earth and rock. Some say this desert once held a sea, and within that sea, a city, a civilization swallowed not by fiction, but by flood. In the silence of this arid expanse, the story of Atlantis finds strange echoes. Plato's account of Atlantis, recorded around 360 BCE, describes a powerful, advanced civilization located beyond the Pillars of Hercules, which met its end in a single day and night of catastrophic flooding. The story is often dismissed as allegory, a warning against hubris. But the details he includes are strangely vivid, a city built in concentric rings, surrounded by mountains, rich in water, minerals, and knowledge. A society deeply connected to the sea, yet brought low by nature's fury. It was said to have existed 9,000 years before Plato's time, a date that pushes the boundaries of accepted history. While many have searched the Atlantic for Plato's lost island, others have turned inward, toward the continent of Africa itself. West of Egypt, near the Libyan border and deep into the Sahara, lies a place called the Eye of the Sahara, or the Rick-Hat structure. From above, it appears as an immense series of circular ridges, eroded into the landscape with surprising symmetry. The resemblance to Plato's description of Atlantis has not gone unnoticed. Though the Rick-Hat structure is believed by geologists to be a natural formation, perhaps the eroded core of an ancient dome, its location and shape have stirred curiosity. Could it have been modified by human hands? Could its surrounding plains once have held rivers and lakes, lost in the desiccation of the Sahara over thousands of years? Satellite imagery reveals dry channels, fossilized riverbeds, and the remnants of possible settlements, now buried beneath layers of time and dust. Egyptian myth, too, speaks of a great flood, a time of chaos and water that swept across the land, ending an earlier age. The ancient texts call this period Zep Tepi, the first time, when the gods walk among humans, and civilization began anew after cataclysm. Some have speculated that this myth may preserve a cultural memory of a lost epoch, one not entirely erased, but woven into the symbolic language of temples and stars. Fragments of pre-dynastic ruins scattered across western Egypt also hint a forgotten past. In remote desert regions, strange alignments of stone, underground chambers, and unmarked megaliths have been found. Too few to form a full picture, but enough to raise questions. Could these be the outermost echoes of a civilization that once stretched across northern Africa? One whose memory survived only in broken myth and half-buried stone? The idea is not new. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, explorers speculated that Atlantis may have once been part of Africa, a high culture destroyed by the slow tilt of Earth's climate. The drying of the Sahara, now one of the most extreme deserts on Earth, began after the last ice age. Before that, the region was fertile, home to lakes, animals, and human life. Cave paintings in southern Algeria show giraffes, crocodiles, and scenes of fishing and swimming. The land was alive. Could a city, perhaps even an advanced culture, have thrived in that green Sahara? Could its destruction have given rise to flood myths across the world? And could the survivors of such a cataclysm have seeded knowledge across the Nile Valley, giving rise to early Egypt and other mysterious civilizations? There is no proof, no golden city beneath the dunes. But the pieces, myth, geology, ruins, and silence, do not fall easily into place. They resist certainty. They suggest that memory is not always linear, and that history may sometimes curve like wind-blown sand. Echoes of Atlantis may not be evidence, but they are not empty either. They are invitations to look deeper, to feel beneath the surface of stone and story, to consider that some myths are not false, they are fractured, not invention, but remembrance, blurred by time, wrapped in symbol, waiting for a world quiet enough to hear them again. In the west of Egypt, beneath the breath of the desert, that echo remains, not loud, but steady. High above the golden silence of the Egyptian desert, satellites quietly trace the Earth's surface, capturing what human eyes cannot see from the ground. In their infrared gaze and multispectral vision, the sands are no longer blank. They give way to faint shapes, lines too straight, circles too perfect, intersections too deliberate. These are not natural. They are remnants of design. Hidden beneath centuries of wind and erosion, a mysterious grid emerges. In regions west of the Nile and beyond the traditional borders of dynastic ruins, satellite imagery has revealed large-scale geometric formations, parallel ridges, rectangular enclosures, and radial patterns that span kilometers. Some are shallow etchings in the terrain. Others are deeper depressions, filled with sediment or partially overgrown with scrub. From above, they resemble foundations, ghosts of cities or complexes erased by time but not by alignment. These patterns are not explained by modern infrastructure or natural geological processes. They appear where no recent construction exists, in zones of untouched desert. And they follow rules, mathematical rules. Equal spacing, consistent orientation, precise angles. They hint at architecture, at planning, at an intelligence that once surveyed the land and shaped it to fit some forgotten order. One particularly striking formation, discovered near the edge of the Fayum Basin, resembles a series of nested rectangles, like a blueprint carved into earth. Another, farther south, displays intersecting lines that curve into arcs and spirals, too vast to appreciate from ground level, but unmistakable when seen from the sky. Could these be remnants of roads, aqueducts, enclosures for ritual or astronomy? Some researchers believe these shapes represent ancient settlements, pre-dynastic cities built with mud brick, long decayed. They're only traced the subtle depression of their footprints. Others see them as ceremonial grounds, aligned with solar and lunar events, the architecture of sky-mapping civilizations that predate written language. There are parallels around the world. In the high plains of Peru, the Nazca lines trace similar geometric precision into the ground. In Saudi Arabia and Jordan, massive stone kites stretch for miles, early hunting traps or ritual structures visible only from the air. The desert, it seems, is a canvas for long-lost intention. Egypt's patterns may be part of this global tradition, an ancient habit of drawing meaning into the landscape at a scale only the heavens could view. And then, there are the patterns that remain unexplained. Grid-like arrangements of small mounds, circular pits that repeat over wide areas, spiraling paths that lead nowhere visible. With no ruins nearby, no inscriptions, and no modern parallels, these anomalies resist interpretation. Some suggest they were agricultural terraces from a wetter time. Others think they could be remnants of mining activity, ancient extraction of minerals or energy sources lost to record. What makes the mystery deeper is the lack of excavation. Many of these formations lie in remote, inhospitable regions. Shifting sand and bureaucratic limits make physical exploration difficult. What we have, for now, are images, quiet confirmations that something is there, waiting. Technology continues to improve. LiDAR and thermal imaging promise even more detail, more discoveries just beneath the dunes. As we map the desert from above, its blankness dissolves into suggestion. A city grid here, a temple outline there, a system of lines that may once have connected oases, aligned with stars, marked sacred lands. If these shapes are ancient, then they speak of a scale of civilization far broader than previously imagined, a culture that organized the land itself, not just in isolated monuments, but in sweeping frameworks across hundreds of kilometers. The kind of organization that requires not just knowledge, but purpose. And if they are not ancient, if they are natural or accidental, then they are the most architectural coincidences in the landscape. Lines that pretend to be roads, circles that whisper of courtyards, angles that mimic temples. But that, too, is a mystery. Why does the desert form shapes that look like memory? In the quiet of satellite footage, with no sound and no dust, the desert becomes a text, a book not yet opened. Its pages hold shapes we don't fully recognize, messages too large for any single viewpoint. And somewhere in that vast, flat stillness, beneath a thin layer of sand, something waits. Perhaps not a city, perhaps not Atlantis or forgotten kings, but a story, written in geometry, preserved in alignment, visible only when seen from above, and understood only when we remember that the earth, too, carries memory, in pattern, in structure, in silence. High in the Andean mountains of South America, thousands of miles across the ocean from Egypt, ancient walls rise from the stone with the same quiet perfection seen half a world away. In Cusco, in Ollantaytambo, and across the Sacred Valley, massive stones are fitted together with such precision that not even a blade of grass can slip between them. Their shapes are irregular yet interlocking, angled and polished as if softened before being set in place. This is polygonal masonry, an architectural style that echoes not only in Peru but across time, resonating with the pre-Egyptian structures of the Osirian and other ancient sites in Africa and the Near East. The similarities are undeniable. The Osirian at Abydos, sunken into the earth and constructed of enormous granite blocks, displays the same tight joins and lack of visible tool marks as the walls of Sacsayhuaman in Peru. Both structures are built with stones too large for simple transport methods, using construction techniques that modern engineers still struggle to replicate. Neither site contains definitive records of how these feats were accomplished, only the stonework itself, silent and enduring. How is it that civilizations separated by oceans, with no known contact, employed such similar methods? Was this a case of independent invention, two cultures arriving at the same solution to the same architectural problem? Or is there a deeper thread that links them? Some scholars propose the idea of a lost global civilization, one that predates both Egypt and the Inca, whose fragments were inherited by later cultures. According to this view, the knowledge of working with massive stones, understanding seismic resistance, and aligning structures with celestial patterns was once widespread, passed down or rediscovered across continents as memory faded into myth. Others point to the principles of earth resonance and energy fields, suggesting that ancient builders across the world responded to subtle natural forces when placing and shaping their monuments. The use of specific materials, such as quartz-rich granite or andesite, the alignment of structures to solstices and magnetic north, and the repetition of certain patterns may indicate a shared understanding of space, not only as a place to build, but as something to interact with. In Peru, the terraces of the Andes were not just agricultural, they were architectural feats, rising like waves into the mountains, retaining water and heat, designed with elegance and practicality. In Egypt, the desert temples of the Old Kingdom rise with similar respect for their environment, built to align with stars, catch shadow, and amplify sound. Both traditions reveal a consciousness of landscape, of the sacredness of place, and of stone as more than material, but as memory. The question of tools remains. In both Egypt and Peru, no machinery has been found that explains the shaping of these massive blocks. Theories abound: pounding stones, lost alloys, plant-based solvents, but none fully account for the speed, scale, and polish of the work. The cuts in Peru are as sharp as those at Giza. The joins at Ollantaytambo mirror those at the Osirian. The builders are credited, but the methods remain elusive. And then there are the myths. In both cultures, legends speak of earlier peoples, giants, gods, star beings, who came before. In Peru, the Viracocha brought knowledge and left behind walls. In Egypt, the Netru ruled during the Zep Tepi, the first time. Are these merely myths? Or do they preserve echoes of something older, a shared origin point now blurred by time? There is no hard proof of connection between ancient Peru and pre-Egyptian builders. No ships, no artifacts, no texts. But the stone speaks. It speaks in angles and joins, in weight and silence. And the similarity suggests that the human past may be more interconnected than the boundaries of history books allow. Across the sea, across time, across culture, there is something that persists. A way of building, a way of aligning, a way of remembering in stone. Whether it was shared, inherited, or rediscovered, it points to a deep intelligence at work, an understanding not only of materials, but of earth, sky, and place. And so, the question remains, not whether the people of Egypt and Peru ever met, but whether they once knew something in common, something we have forgotten, something they left behind in stone, still standing, still whispering, across the sea. Beneath the visible grandeur of the pyramids, under the limestone skin of the Giza Plateau, there may lie an entirely different world, one of tunnels, chambers, and pathways carved deep into bedrock. While the pyramids themselves rise with mathematical elegance into the sky, stories have long circulated about what lies below. Legends, local testimonies, and even ancient writings speak of a hidden network, an underground system connecting not just the three main pyramids, but other structures across the plateau. A world carved in secret, out of sight, and perhaps out of memory. In the 19th and early 20th centuries, early explorers documented descending into shafts and passageways that extended beneath the surface, some reportedly running for hundreds of meters. Accounts mention corridors so tight that only one person could pass at a time, others filled with sand, or abruptly sealed with stone. Some chambers were found completely empty, their purpose unknown. Others contained traces of water damage, or led to sudden vertical drops, openings into deeper layers not yet fully explored. In more recent decades, ground-penetrating radar and seismic surveys have confirmed the existence of anomalies beneath the plateau, cavities, voids, and possible tunnels that do not appear on official excavation maps. Some of these features lie beneath the Great Pyramid itself, while others stretch between known structures like the Valley Temple and the Sphinx enclosure. One survey detected a large void directly above the Grand Gallery inside the Great Pyramid, a space yet to be physically accessed. Local stories, passed down through generations, tell of chambers filled with scrolls, statues, or mechanisms that defy explanation. Some speak of a great library hidden underground, sealed away during a time of cataclysm to preserve the wisdom of an earlier age. Others mention narrow shafts that once allowed priests to move unseen between temples and tombs, navigating a labyrinth beneath the ground. The question that lingers is why so many of these spaces remain unexplored or unpublicized. Some suggest that excavation is simply too dangerous, that shifting rock, risk of collapse, or political restrictions make deep digging unfeasible. Others believe certain chambers are known but kept quiet to prevent speculation or sensationalism. And then there are those who suspect something more, that what lies beneath challenges accepted timelines or reveals a level of sophistication inconsistent with mainstream history. What purpose would such an underground network serve? Some suggest ceremonial functions, pathways for the dead, symbolic journeys through the underworld. Others propose more practical uses, hidden storage, escape routes, or even early attempts at subterranean architecture designed to survive cataclysm. A few imagine something even more arcane, an energetic grid, a resonance system using Earth's natural frequencies, with the tunnels acting as conduits between pyramidal nodes. There are architectural precedents for underground networks in ancient Egypt. The Serapeum at Sahara, the catacombs of Tuna el-Jebel, and the labyrinthine tombs of the Valley of the Kings show that the Egyptians were no strangers to carving elaborate systems into stone. But the idea of such a network beneath Giza, tied directly to the pyramids, takes the mystery a step further, into the realm of lost engineering, forgotten intention, or hidden purpose. Some maps, drawn from older excavation notes, hint at sealed doorways and tunnels that once extended under the plateau. In certain early photographs, now rarely seen, staircases and entranceways appear, later covered or reburied. Whether this was for preservation or secrecy is unclear, but the questions remain just beneath the surface. The Giza Plateau, seen from above, is symmetrical, elegant, and orderly, but from below, it may be something else entirely. A mirror image, dark, winding, concealed. A second level of architecture designed not for the eye, but for the initiated. A path not upward toward the sun, but inward, downward, toward silence and stone. For now, these tunnels remain largely closed, sealed by stone or policy, guarded by sand and time. But the idea of them endures, drawn from myth, reinforced by science, and carried in quiet conversations among those who still wonder what the ancients truly built, not only above, but below. And if that network truly exists, its purpose may not be to dazzle, but to preserve, to connect, to remember. A secret kept not in scrolls, but in stone corridors beneath the world's most iconic monuments. A map carved into the earth itself, waiting, just out of reach. In the dusty shadows of Sahara, amid corridors lined with faded hieroglyphs in the dry hush of still air, one object stands apart from the rest. It is not golden, nor grand. It bears no inscription, no mythic symbol. And yet, it commands quiet awe. The artifact is a disc, three-bladed, delicately carved from schist, a brittle and layered stone that splinters easily under pressure. It was found in the tomb of Prince Sabu, a figure from the First Dynasty, over 5,000 years ago. Now known simply as a schist disc, this object has stirred more questions than answers. The disc is roughly 61 centimeters in diameter, with three curved, wing-like lobes radiating from a central hub. The outer edge curves in an unbroken wave, flowing with an elegance that seems intentional, almost aerodynamic. The central hole is raised and flanged, as though meant to fit over an axle or spindle. But what axle would fit a sacred tomb? What kind of spindle served the dead? Its design is unlike anything else found in Egyptian archaeology. It doesn't resemble ceremonial items, religious symbols, or functional tools from the era. If it were purely decorative, why choose a stone so fragile? Schist is notoriously difficult to carve with precision. Its layered nature makes it prone to cracking under detailed work, especially in such thin, sharp forms. And yet, the disc is perfectly symmetrical, its curves smooth and flowing, as if turned or shaped by more than simple hand tools. Conventional explanations offer that the disc was a type of incense burner, a decorative water bowl, or even a symbolic lotus. But none of these theories account for its precision or design. It has no bowl, no clear vessel, and no precedent among other ritual objects. There's only one, no duplicates, no variants. Just this disc, unique and inexplicable. To some, the form resembles modern mechanical components, propellers, impellers, turbine blades. Could it have been part of a machine, or at least designed to spin, to move, to interact with forces of air or water? That idea raises more questions than it answers. If such technology existed, where's the rest of it? Why leave behind a single, fragile part in a tomb? Still, the comparison is difficult to dismiss. Engineers who have studied the disc describe it as functional-looking, with a form optimized for motion. Yet it was found buried with the prince in a sacred context, among objects meant to serve or accompany him in the afterlife. Was it symbolic of something once practical? A sacred representation of lost knowledge? Alternative theories abound. Some suggest the disc is a ritual object inherited from an earlier, forgotten civilization, carried into dynastic Egypt as memory rather than utility. Others imagine it as part of a spiritual device, used to generate or harmonize subtle energies. A few even consider it a remnant of ancient technology, the kind now lost beneath sand and disbelief. But speculation cannot take the place of fact. The disc remains one of a kind, removed from its original context, its function unknown. It rests now in the Egyptian Museum, displayed quietly, its soft contours drawing curious glances but no definitive conclusions. There are no written records that mention it. No similar objects have been found in other tombs. It stands alone, like a sentence from a forgotten language, elegant, intact and incomprehensible. Perhaps the schist disk of Sahara was not meant for function or ritual. Perhaps it was a symbolic object, created to capture movement in form, or to represent something that no longer needed to be spoken aloud. Or perhaps it is exactly what it appears to be, a machine part, misplaced by time, misunderstood by history. In a world where so much of the past is being carefully labeled and catalogued, the disk remains elusive. It resists classification. It offers no clues. And in doing so, it invites a different kind of attention, not to solve, but to wonder. It humbles a modern gaze, reminding us that not all puzzles are meant to be solved, and not all artifacts are what they seem. In the quiet halls of the museum, the schist disk waits, not for discovery, but for recognition. A curve in stone, a whisper of motion from a world we no longer understand. In a museum in Baghdad, among clay tablets and copper tools, sat a curious object that quietly stirred a different kind of speculation. It looked unremarkable, a small ceramic jar with a copper cylinder inside and an iron rod at its center. But when examined closely in the 1930s, the components suggested something unexpected. If filled with an acidic liquid like vinegar or lemon juice, the device could produce a small electric charge. This unassuming artifact became known as the Baghdad battery, and with it came a whisper that ancient peoples may have known more about electricity than we once believed. Though not Egyptian in origin, the jar is believed to date from the Parthian period of ancient Mesopotamia, around 250 BC. It has often been included in broader discussions of lost ancient technologies. Could the people of antiquity have stumbled upon the principles of electrochemistry? Could they have used simple galvanic cells not for lighting cities, but for plating metals, treating ailments, or conducting rituals that we now misunderstand? The Baghdad battery serves as a symbol more than a sole device. There is no definitive proof of its function. It could have held scrolls. It could have been part of a religious offering. But its construction, metal within metal, suspended in a container that could easily hold an acidic solution, aligns curiously well with modern understanding of how basic batteries work. This discovery led many to wonder, if Mesopotamians had access to such knowledge, could other ancient civilizations, perhaps older, perhaps more advanced, have done the same? Could Egypt, with its vast stone temples, mysterious structures, and unexplained precision, have explored similar energies? Some point to the Temple of Ithra, where peculiar relief shows what appears to be a bulb-shaped object with a serpent inside, held aloft by figures and connected to a base shaped like a generator. Mainstream interpretations see this as mythological symbolism, lotus, serpent, and jet pillar representing rebirth and stability. But to others, the image evokes electrical light, a Cook's tube or arc lamp. If so, it implies the existence of technology far ahead of its time. But even if Egypt never produced a functioning battery, its materials and architectural choices reveal an interest in energy in other forms. The abundant use of quartz-rich granite in key chambers, the orientation of pyramid to cardinal directions, and the use of sound-resonant spaces suggest an understanding of force, resonance, and perhaps subtle electrical effects that are not well understood today. Could they have used materials like copper and gold not just for adornment, but for conductivity? Could temples have acted as more than ceremonial centers, perhaps functioning as energy collectors, harmonizers, or places where the physical and energetic world touched? These ideas remain on the fringe of archaeological consensus. There are no wires, no generators, no definitive blueprints. But the combination of curious artifacts like the Baghdad battery, unexplained artistic motifs, and the physical properties of ancient structures leaves room for wonder. It invites us to consider that knowledge may not always follow a linear path, that discoveries might rise, fall, and vanish before being rediscovered again. The Baghdad battery may not prove the existence of ancient electricity, but it opens the door to a wider view, one in which early cultures experimented with natural forces not yet named by science. In such a view, Egypt's temples and tombs may contain not only art and ritual, but echoes of forgotten experiments, subtle tests with materials, vibration, light, and life itself. The ancient world may not have lit up the night as we do today, but that does not mean it lived entirely in the dark. Somewhere between flame and filament lies a possibility of something else, softer, stranger, and still waiting to be understood. Scattered quietly across the archaeological record are objects that shimmer not with gold, but with clarity, small, polished pieces of quartz or rock crystal, shaped into lenses. They are rare. They are often overlooked. Yet their existence opens a subtle doorway into forgotten possibilities. These are not beads or trinkets. They are carved and curved with intent. And when held up to the light, they magnify, concentrate, and reveal. These are the crystal lenses of antiquity, found in tombs, temples, and ruins across cultures, and still cloaked in silence. One of the most famous examples is the so-called Nimrud lens, discovered in modern-day Iraq among the ruins of the ancient Assyrian city of Nimrud. Dated to nearly 3,000 years ago, this piece of polished rock crystal was ground into a convex shape, not unlike a modern magnifying glass. When tested, it demonstrated basic magnification, enough to enhance fine detail or assist in close work. Mainstream interpretation suggests it may have been a decorative piece, a jewel, or perhaps a tool for artisans. But others wonder if it had a deeper purpose. In ancient Egypt, similar fragments of shaped quartz have surfaced, though rarely and often misclassified. The Egyptians revered quartz not only for its beauty, but for its spiritual and symbolic power. Carvings of the Eye of Horus, representations of the sun, and solar discs often feature polished inlays of crystal, glimmering with a light that seems more than decorative. Some suggest these were more than symbols, that they were devices, primitive optics used to focus sunlight or to enhance vision during delicate tasks like etching hieroglyphs or performing surgical rituals. The question of intentional optics becomes more intriguing when considering the materials. Quartz is difficult to shape with precision, yet these lenses exhibit smooth curvature, often symmetrical, and occasionally ground to thicknesses that imply experimentation with light. Could ancient craftsmen, perhaps through long observation of light through water or natural crystals, have learned to polish lenses that enhance sight? Did they discover, even intuitively, the principles of refraction? Some theories go further. If ancient builders worked with resonance and light, as suggested by the harmonic structures in Egypt and elsewhere, then lenses might have played a role not in illumination, but in concentration, focusing sunlight for ritual, for heating, or even for ignition in sacred fire ceremonies. A convex lens can concentrate light to a single point of heat. Did ancient priests use them to light temple fires without flame, invoking the sun through crystal? We do not know, but the principle is sound, and the materials were present. Even more speculative ideas involving spiritual or energetic optics, using quartz lenses not to see the physical more clearly, but to focus intention or to channel symbolic energy from sun, star, or stone. Quartz has long been held as a living stone in metaphysical traditions, believed to store, amplify, or transmit subtle energies. Could these ancient objects have served in rituals that combine light and consciousness? Again, the evidence is slender, but the idea lingers. What complicates interpretation is the rarity of such finds. Crystal lenses, if they existed in greater numbers, were either broken, melted, reproposed, or lost to time. Many may have been mistaken for decorative pieces or dismissed as optical illusions of erosion. Quartz does not preserve inscription well. It holds no text, only shape, only clarity. Yet their presence across different regions, Assyria, Egypt, Crete, even in Viking burial sites, suggests a pattern, a scattered, fragile thread of knowledge. Not widespread, perhaps not even widely understood, but known, respected, preserved, if only faintly. And then there's the simple fact that magnification transforms perception. A lens allows one to see what is small, what is hidden. It reveals grain in stone, detail in fiber, precision in script. If ancient artisans used these tools, even in secret, their work may have been guided by unseen clarity. It may explain the miniature perfection of some carvings, or the elaborate micro-etchings on jewelry and amulets. To see more closely is to shape more finely. To focus is to empower. The crystal lenses of antiquity, whether use of vision, fire, or ritual, remain elusive in meaning. They are not common. They do not form a clear story, but they speak of curiosity, of the human desire to see more than the eye allows, to bend light, to reveal hidden structure, and in that bending of light, perhaps also a bending of understanding of what the ancient world could do and what it sought to remember. We look through lenses now every day, microscopes, telescopes, screens. But long ago, someone else did too, even briefly. and through their polished quartz, they saw a world both closer and stranger than we often imagine. Deep within the ancient rock strata of South Africa, in mines that have yielded gold and mineral for generations, miners began to uncover something unexpected. Not jewels, not tools, but small, smooth metallic spheres, perfectly rounded, some with etched grooves encircling their equators. Embedded in pyrophyllite deposits estimated to be over 2 billion years old, these objects soon became known as the Klerksdorp spheres. Their presence raised quiet, lingering questions that science has not fully answered. Are they artifacts, or are they nature's own curiosities? The spheres vary in size, typically between 1 and 4 centimeters in diameter. Most are composed of a hard, nickel-rich alloy, unusually resistant to scratching. A few exhibit parallel grooves that surround their circumference with uncanny precision, giving the appearance of manufactured symmetry. Some are flattened on one side, as though machined or lathed. When turned in the hand, they feel too deliberate, too orderly, to be dismissed as random. Geologists argue that the spheres are natural concretions, mineral nodules formed over long periods under specific conditions of pressure and temperature. The groove markings, they say, are the result of layering or deformation during sedimentation. Under this view, the spheres are no more mysterious than geodes or fossilized ripples in stone. And yet, the combination of shape, material, and marking remains highly unusual, especially within the context of such ancient geological formations. If they are natural, they are extraordinary examples of mineral formation, objects that mirror symmetry, balance, and refinement in a way that draws human attention instinctively. But if they are not natural, if they were placed or created, then they represent something far more perplexing, an expression of intelligence long before the emergence of humans as we know them. The age of the surrounding rock complicates the matter. Pyrophyllite deposits in which the spheres were found are dated to nearly 2.8 billion years ago, long before the rise of dinosaurs, let alone humans. To suggest the spheres were created by intelligent beings would require rethinking not just the timeline of human history, but the very story of life on Earth. Some propose that the spheres may have been formed by a long-lost technological civilization, one that arose and fell long before the fossil record as we understand it. Others suggest they could be remnants of meteorites, objects that arrived from beyond Earth, carrying traces of intelligent design from another world. Still others view them as artifacts of ancient earthly beings whose knowledge and tools left no other trace. There are also those who suggest the spheres were created by later cultures who worked the mines in prehistoric times, and that their presence in deep layers may result from geological slippage, intrusion, or misinterpretation strata. But even this explanation leaves open the question of purpose. Why shape such small, precise objects? What function could they serve? The spheres have not been found in large numbers, nor have they been recovered in conditions conducive to rigorous scientific testing. Many remain in private collections or small museums. Some samples have reportedly disappeared. As with many anomalous artifacts, the lack of formal study fuels both skepticism and fascination. Their mystery endures not because they are grand, but because they are subtle. Small enough to be held in the palm, yet heavy with implication. They speak of form and material, of time and silence. Whether born of geology or lost craft, they challenge the mind to consider possibilities that exist just beyond the boundary of the explainable. Nature often surprises us with its ability to mimic design. Crystals grow in symmetry. Shells spiral in golden ratios. Ice form fractals in cold windows. But the metallic spheres of Klerksdorp seem to straddle the boundary between mimicry and meaning, between accident and intent. In the end, perhaps the true mystery is not whether they are artifacts or natural formations. Perhaps it is how they make us feel, how a simple shape, buried in deep time, can stir something ancient in us. A reminder that the earth holds not only fossils and dust, but moments that feel like messages. Messages not in language, but in shape, in smoothness, in balance. Whether tools, toys, or tricks of stone, the metallic spheres continue to rest in their quiet ambiguity. Not proof of anything, but possibility. And in that possibility, they speak, not loudly, but persistently, of how much we still do not know. Amid the windswept ruins of Arbusir, where crumbling pyramids and temple walls lie softened by time, there exists a set of ancient objects that has long defied easy explanation. These are the giant stone basins, massive, heavy, carved with precision from black basalt and scattered like quiet riddles across the site. Some sit near temples. Others appear tucked into courtyards, half buried in sand. All of them are thick-walled, deeply hollowed, and, most intriguingly, etched with strange grooves and symmetrical notches that seem to serve a mechanical purpose. At first glance, they appear like oversized offering bowls or vats, but their scale and weight make them impractical for casual ritual use. Each basin weighs several tons and would have required immense effort to move or position. Their interiors are not uniformly smooth, but scored and indented, sometimes with channels or ring-like patterns that echo modern machining. These details have drawn the curiosity of engineers and researchers alike. They do not resemble the simple, practical vessels typically found in temples or tombs. Instead, they seem purposeful, even functional, as if meant to interact with substances or systems now forgotten. Some of the grooves suggest alignment mechanisms, slots or notches that could have held fittings, lids, or pipes. This has led to speculation that the basins might have been part of a fluid or energy system, perhaps a purification station, fermentation chamber, or something even more advanced. Others note their proximity to structures aligned with solar and stellar markers, raising the possibility of astronomical or ritual timing in their usage. But no texts mention them. No inscriptions explain them. They simply remain, present but mute. Mainstream Egyptology proposes that the basins were used for libations, ritual washings, or offerings to the gods. Perhaps they held sacred oils or water drawn from nearby wells. This is possible, but the intricacy of their design suggests a level of complexity unnecessary for mere storage. The symmetry of the cuts, the precision of the edges, and the hardness of the basalt all point toward a level of skill and purpose that seems misaligned with such a simple explanation. Basalt itself is a hard volcanic stone, more difficult to shape than limestone or sandstone. Carving it requires immense effort, particularly with the copper and stone tools believed to have been available in early dynastic Egypt. And yet, the basins are smooth, balanced, and evenly hollowed, clearly made by craftsmen who understood the material intimately. Some speculate that the makers possessed lost techniques for shaping hard stone, perhaps using abrasives, sound vibration, or tools no longer preserved in the archaeological record. One striking theory holds that the basins were part of an ancient acoustic or vibrational system. The cuts and grooves, in this view, were not for pipes or fittings, but to shape resonance, amplifying certain frequencies or harmonizing with ambient vibrations. This ties into broader theories about Egypt's use of sound in sacred spaces, where architecture and geometry work together to elevate ritual through vibration. Another possibility is thermodynamic. Some researchers have wondered whether the basins once contained reactive substances, acidic mixtures, herbal brews, or fermentation compounds that require containment in heavy, inert stone. The grooved notches may have functioned as overflow channels or temperature regulators, or even connectors to a broader process, long since vanished. But perhaps the greatest mystery of the basins is their context, or lack thereof. They appear isolated, out of place. They are not standardized, like mass-produced ritual items, but each one is unique, carved with individual detail. They do not appear in temple inscriptions or religious art. They seem to exist outside the symbolic language of Egypt's known ritual life. And so, we are left with shapes in stone. Smooth curves, sharp grooves, heavy silence. The basins do not reveal their purpose. They offer no keys, no instructions, only form and the question of function. Were they machines or altars, vessels of energy or spirit? Did they carry water, fire, sound, or something more elusive? The giant basins of Abu Sir remain among the most enigmatic artifacts of ancient Egypt. Their weight anchors them to the earth, but their meaning floats just out of reach. Perhaps they were practical tools, misunderstood through the lens of modern theory. Perhaps they were ceremonial objects whose significance has faded with language and time. Or perhaps they belonged to an older, deeper layer of history, a civilization whose knowledge was not lost, but simply buried, waiting to be seen again. In their cold stillness, the basins speak not of answers, but of awareness. That to question is to remember. That to wonder is to reach back. And that sometimes, in the echoing quiet of a forgotten courtyard, stone alone must speak for the past. Across the vast canvas of the night sky, stars appear fixed, eternal, guiding travelers and shaping myths. Yet, Slowly and imperceptibly, their positions shift over millennia, a cosmic dance known as precession. This cycle, taking approximately 26,000 years to complete, causes the Earth's axis to wobble like a spinning top, altering the alignment of stars and constellations with the passing of ages. Remarkably, many ancient cultures appear to have understood this grand rhythm, embedding knowledge of the precession and the concept of the great year deep into their architecture, mythology, and ritual. The idea that civilizations thousands of years ago tracked precession challenges traditional assumptions about the limits of early astronomy. The precision needed to observe such subtle movements requires careful, long-term observation and the ability to pass knowledge through generations. Yet monuments from around the world, the pyramids of Egypt, the megalithic structures of Europe, and the temples of Mesoamerica, exhibit alignments and symbolic references that align with the timing and markers of precession cycles. In Egypt, the shifting position of the North Star, changing roughly every 1,000 years, is reflected in the alignment of pyramids and the orientations of shaft within the Great Pyramid. The star Thuban in the constellation Draco once held the position of the pole star, and appears linked to certain architectural features. The idea of a great year also permeates Egyptian cosmology, the belief in a grand cycle of creation and destruction, measured by the movement of the heavens rather than human lifespans. Similar concepts appear in other ancient traditions. The Maya recorded cycles of thousands of years in their long count calendar, correlating celestial phenomena with human history. In Vedic India, the Yuga cycles describe epochs lasting tens of thousands of years, echoing the precessional cycle. These parallels suggest a shared or convergent awareness of cosmic timescales far beyond immediate experience. How might such knowledge have been encoded into structures? Monuments built with precision to celestial alignment serve as calendars and observatories. Stone circles and temple corridors mark solstices, equinoxes, and the rising or setting of significant stars, allowing priests and astronomers to track the slow drift of the heavens. Symbolic art and mythology record these observations in narrative form, turning cosmic cycles into stories accessible across generations. Yet the transmission of this knowledge remains a mystery. Without written astronomy textbooks or telescopes, how did ancient peoples measure the slow precession? Perhaps it arose from oral tradition, passed down by priesthoods with careful records maintained through ritual. Perhaps it was rediscovered cyclically, embedded in the landscape itself, using the monuments as reminders and teaching tools. The implications are profound. Recognizing that ancient cultures tracked the great year means reconsidering their intellectual capacities and worldviews. It positions them not as isolated, primitive groups, but as observers of vast cosmic rhythms, connected to time on scale that dwarf individual lives. This long view also shifts the meaning of their monuments. They become not just tombs or temples, but markers in an immense celestial clock. Each stone a gear, each alignment a cog in a grand mechanism counting out epochs. The Great Pyramid, in this light, is part of a cosmic calendar, its features calibrated to signal transitions in the heavens over thousands of years. The precession and the great year remind us that human history is intertwined with the cosmos, that ancient peoples looked up and saw not just stars, but cycles of birth, death, and renewal written across the sky, and that they sought to capture this vastness in stone, to bridge the finite and the infinite. In contemplating these cycles, we glimpse a worldview rooted in awe, patience, and deep time, one that encourages us to look beyond immediate change and to find meaning in the slow, steady turning of the heavens above. In the depths of ancient Egyptian mythology lies a concept both elusive and profound, Zep-Tepi, the first time. It is described as a golden age, a primordial era when the gods descended to earth, bringing with them knowledge, order, and the foundations of civilization itself. This myth is more than a story. To some, it is a cryptic code, an encoded memory of a real pre-dynastic era when humanity was closer to the divine and when knowledge now lost was still alive and accessible. Zep-Tepi literally means the first occasion or the beginning. It marks the dawn of creation, a time when the boundaries between heaven and earth blurred. The gods, or Neteru, were said to have walked among humans, teaching them agriculture, writing, law, and the sacred sciences. Temples were erected, the calendar was set, and the cosmic order was established. This mythological framework provides a symbolic narrative for origins, but within it lie hints that some researchers believe point to historical realities buried beneath layers of allegory. Unlike other myths focused on creation ex nihilo, Zep Tepi suggests a cyclical time, a recurring golden age that returns after periods of chaos or decline. This aligns with broader concepts found in other ancient cultures, such as the Hindu Yugas or the Greek ages of man. The notion that history unfolds in cycles, when knowledge is gained, lost, and regained, resonates deeply with the Egyptian worldview of Ma'at, the balance and harmony that must be maintained between opposing forces. Some Egyptologists propose that the Zep Tepi myth encodes memories of an advanced pre-dynastic civilization, one that predates the known pharaohs and dynasties by thousands of years. This civilization, they suggest, was responsible for the earliest monumental architecture, astronomical knowledge, and spiritual systems. Their work, lost to flood, fire, or decay, lives on only in the mythic recollections of Zep Tepi. Archaeological evidence offers tantalizing support. Sites like Nabta Playa, with their ancient stone circles aligned to stars, suggest a culture with sophisticated celestial knowledge existing millennia before the pyramids. Similarly, the advanced construction techniques seen in the Osirian and the massive granite basins at Abu Sir hint at technological capabilities beyond what traditional timelines allow. The myth also references pillars or jed pillars erected at Zep Tepi, symbols that may correspond to real monuments or markers of cosmic alignment. Some researchers speculate that these pillars represented energy conduits or maps of Earth's energy grids, linking mythic stories to tangible structures. The intersection of myth, monument, and landscape suggests an integrated system of knowledge combining spirituality, astronomy, and engineering. The recurring theme of a lost golden age in Zep Tepi offers a powerful metaphor for human potential. It speaks to a time when humanity and divinity were intertwined, when knowledge was both sacred and practical. Whether this reflects actual history, spiritual aspiration, or a fusion of both, it continues to inspire those who seek to understand the deeper layers of Egypt's past. Zep Tepi also challenges modern perceptions of time. It is not linear or absolute, but layered, cyclical, and symbolic. This reframing encourages a different approach to history, one that sees ruins not just as endpoints, but as chapters in an ongoing story. It invites us to consider that beneath the surface of known chronology lie traces of earlier epochs, accessible only through myth, symbol, and careful interpretation. In exploring the Zep Tepi time code, we journey beyond the pyramids and temples into a realm where myth and memory merge. Hey, time is both beginning and return, knowledge both lost and waiting. It reminds us that the past is never entirely gone, that within ancient stories lies a potential to recover something forgotten, to awaken to a deeper truth about our origins and our place in the cosmos. And so, the golden age of Zep Tepi continues to shine, not as a distant fantasy, but as a living code, one that calls us to listen, to decipher, and to remember that the first time may still be with us, hidden beneath stone and story, waiting for the right eyes to see it once more. In the ancient scripts carved deep into temple walls and sacred papyri, time often stretches beyond human comprehension. Among the many enigmatic references, one phrase stands out, the Egyptian calendar described as spanning millions of years. At first glance, this might seem poetic exaggeration or symbolic flourish. Yet, beneath the metaphor lies a profound relationship with time, one that blends eternity, cosmic cycles, and the human experience into a seamless whole. The phrase millions of years appears in texts linked to the concept of eternity, nihe, and timelessness, Tiet. Egyptian cosmology did not see time as linear, ticking steadily forward. Instead, it viewed time as cyclical, layered with repeating ages and vast epochs that fold into one another like the petals of a lotus. Their calendar was more than a tool to measure days and seasons. It was a map of cosmic rhythms that governed the universe itself. Ancient inscriptions suggest the calendar was tied not just to the solar year or lunar cycles, but to much longer astronomical cycles, the precession of the equinoxes, the rising and setting of key stars, and the cycles of planetary movement. These cycles span thousands to tens of thousands of years, echoing the rhythms of the great year in Zep Tepi, the first time. In this way, the calendar becomes a bridge between human time and cosmic time, measuring not only years but epochs. Some scholars propose that the Egyptians inherited or preserved knowledge from a lost pre-dynastic culture with sophisticated understanding of deep time. This knowledge may have been encoded in myth and ritual, masked in metaphor but rooted in observation. The reference to millions of years may symbolize as awareness of vast temporal scales, an acknowledgement that human history is a fleeting moment within endless cycles. The calendar itself was complex, consisting of 365 days divided into 12 months, with 5 extra days added to complete the year. But beyond this practical structure lay layers of spiritual meaning. The New Year celebration coincided with the heliacal rising of Sirius, signaling the annual flooding of the Nile, a vital event marking renewal and fertility. This practical cycle was woven into larger narratives about creation, destruction, and rebirth. Through this lens, the calendar was not simply a timekeeping device but a sacred tool, a way to align human action with cosmic order, to maintain Ma'at, the balance between chaos and harmony. It reinforced the idea that life, death, and rebirth are ongoing processes, parts of a larger eternal dance. The notion of millions of years also challenges modern assumptions about ancient knowledge. It suggests that the Egyptians, or their predecessors, thought on scales far beyond the human lifespan, contemplating the universe's vastness and the cycles that govern it. Their art, architecture, and ritual may be expressions of this deep time, a reminder that we are participants in ongoing cosmic rhythms. Whether literal or metaphorical, the calendar's vast scope invites reflection. It urges us to consider time not as a finite resource, but as an unfolding continuum, a vast ocean in which civilizations rise and fall like waves, each part of a greater whole. It connects us to a tradition of seeing time as sacred, cyclical, and infinite. In the quiet spaces of temples and tombs, where these words are carved, the concept of millions of years remains alive. It is not just an echo of the past, but a call to recognize our place within the eternal flow. A reminder that while human lives are brief, the cycles of the cosmos endure, turning, returning, unfolding beyond the reach of clocks or calendars. And so, the Egyptian calendar stands as more than a system of measurement. It is a symbol of eternity, a timepiece crafted not just for days, but for the millions of years that stretch beyond memory, beyond history, and into the infinite rhythms of the universe itself. Carved deep within the stone heart of the Great Pyramid are narrow shafts, hidden passageways that defy simple explanation. Unlike the grand chambers and corridors meant for movement and ceremony, these shafts are slender, angled, and aligned with uncanny precision. From the king's chamber, one shaft points toward the star Alnitak in Orion's belt. From the queen's chamber, another targets Sirius. Across other tombs, similar alignments appear, often referred to as star clocks or celestial markers. These connections suggest that the afterlife was not merely a spiritual journey, but a voyage mapped across the heavens. Ancient Egyptians believed that the soul traveled beyond death to the stars. The constellations were not distant ornaments, but destinations, homes to gods and the blessed dead. The alignment of pyramid shaft to specific stars reflects this belief. Physical doorways pointing towards celestial realms, allowing the deceased pharaoh's spirit to ascend and join the divine. These shafts acted as stellar gates, guiding the soul on its journey through the cosmos. Yet, the precision of these alignments raises deeper questions. How did the Egyptians achieve such accuracy without telescopes? How did they select particular stars and construct pathways through solid stone to frame their light? The shafts are small, some too narrow for a person to pass, and their purpose remains debated. Were they symbolic, functional, or both? Some researchers propose that these stellar doors were more than metaphors for afterlife passage. They suggest a technological dimension, mechanisms designed to interact with cosmic energies or vibrational frequencies emitted by stars. The shafts might have functioned as channels for sound, light, or energy, amplifying subtle forces and assisting the transition between worlds. In support of this idea, certain tombs feature star clocks engraved on walls, diagrams that track stellar movements and cycles. These star maps could have been used not just to mark time but to synchronize ritual activity with cosmic rhythms, ensuring that the deceased's journey aligned with celestial events. The star clocks may have been part of a complex system linking architecture, astronomy, and spiritual technology. Beyond Egypt, other ancient cultures echo this fusion of death, stars, and technology. In Mesoamerica, the Maya designed tombs and temples aligned with Venus and other celestial bodies, integrating astronomical observation into their conceptions of the afterlife. This suggests a broader ancient tradition of using the heavens as a map for spiritual and possibly technological passage. The idea that the afterlife journey involves celestial navigation, moving through specific star systems along defined pathways, invites us to reconsider ancient funerary architecture. It may have been less about burial and more about preparation. The pyramid shafts, star clocks, and aligned tomb could have formed part of a system designed to guide consciousness, leveraging cosmic energies to facilitate transformation. Such a system blurs the lines between spirituality and technology. The ancient builders may have combined their understanding of astronomy, acoustics, and sacred geometry to create afterlife machines, structures designed not only to house the dead but to assist their transcendence. This vision challenges the notion of the pyramids as made tombs and recasts them as cosmic instruments. While direct evidence remains elusive, the precision and intention of these alignments speak for themselves. The shafts, though narrow and inaccessible, were carved with purpose. The star clocks, though enigmatic, offer a glimpse into a worldview where life, death, and the cosmos were intertwined. The stellar doors remain closed to us, but through their alignment, they open a window into a past where the heavens were not distant but intimate, where death was not an end but a voyage among stars, and where technology and spirituality were woven together in stone, light, and silence. In contemplating these mysteries, we glimpse a civilization that sought to navigate the great unknown, not just of the world below, but of the universe above. A civilization that mapped the afterlife not only with myth, but with geometry and stars. And in that mapping, left behind doors, stellar doors, that invite us to wonder where they might lead. In the rich tapestry of ancient Egyptian mythology, few figures hold as central and mysterious a place as Thoth, the ibis-headed god revered as a master of wisdom, writing, measurement, and cosmic order. Often depicted carrying the tools of scribes and architects, Thoth is credited with inventing hieroglyphs, maintaining the universe's balance, and recording the deeds of gods and men alike. But beneath this mythic veneer lies a tantalizing possibility. Could Thoth be more than just a deity? Could he be a distant memory, preserved through legend, of a real person or group of people who embodied the knowledge and skills that shaped Egypt's earliest civilizations? Thoth's domains extend beyond mere scholarship. He is associated with time itself, credited with measuring and controlling its flow. The ancient Egyptians believed that Thoth maintained a calendar, regulated celestial cycles, and preserved the records of both the living and the dead. His role as scribe of the god positions him at the intersection of language, science, and spirituality, a figure who bridges the abstract and the concrete. This complex role has led some researchers to speculate that Thoth represents an archetype rooted in reality. The attributes ascribed to him, mathematics, architecture, measurement, writing, align closely with the foundational skills necessary for monumental construction, astronomical observation, and record-keeping. Could Thoth have been inspired by an ancient engineer, astronomer, or priest-scholar whose innovations were so profound that they became mythologized over time? The possibility gains weight when considering the cultural significance of knowledge keepers in early Egypt. Priests and scribes held immense power as guardians of sacred wisdom and technical expertise. Their roles encompassed everything from surveying land and designing temples to recording historical events and calculating celestial movements. In a society where written language itself was a divine gift, the figure of Thoth embodies a union of human intellect and divine inspiration. Further intriguing are texts that describe Thoth's involvement in creation myths and cosmic battles, stories that metaphorically frame the triumph of order over chaos. This framing may reflect ancient struggles to impose structure on an unpredictable world, mirroring the efforts of early engineers who tamed the Nile floods, aligned massive stones, and encoded knowledge in durable forms. Moreover, Thoth's association with the Book of Thoth, a legendary text said to contain all knowledge, both earthly and divine, suggests a repository of wisdom that might have included lost sciences and technologies. While no such book has ever been found, its mythic presence hints at a tradition of secret knowledge passed down through esoteric channels, possibly including practical engineering, astronomy, and metaphysical concepts. Some have drawn parallels between Thoth and historical figures in other cultures, individuals who transformed their societies through innovations in science and writing. Like Hermes Trismegistus, who blended Greek and Egyptian wisdom centuries later, Thoth may represent an enduring symbol of the human quest to understand and order the cosmos. If Thoth was indeed inspired by a real architect of time and knowledge, his story reminds us that mythology often encodes historical truths, wrapped in symbolism and sacred narrative. The blending of divine and human elements serves to elevate the importance of knowledge and to preserve it across generations. In exploring Thoth's role, we glimpse the profound reverence ancient Egyptians held for the forces behind creation, measurement, and communication. They recognize that civilization depends not only on stone and labor but on the minds that plan, record, and interpret. Thoth stands as a timeless emblem of that recognition, a figure who embodies the birth of written knowledge, the measurement of time, and the architecture of reality itself. Whether god, myth, or memory of a great mind, Thoth invites us to honor the roots of human wisdom, to remember that behind every monument and calendar lies a thinker, a scribe, a builder, someone who shaped the world not only with hand but with ideas, and in that shaping left a legacy that endures, carved into the very fabric of history and time. Across the shifting sands and ancient stones of Egypt there echoes a timeless legend, one that speaks not of kings or common men, but of beings greater than either. They are called by many names: the Nephilim, the Watchers, the Sons of the Gods, or simply the builders of the first sky. These figures, said to be giants, sages, or divine architects, are credited in myth with raising the first temples, shaping the land, and bringing knowledge that transformed chaos into order. Yet, like the temples themselves, their story is partly lost, veiled in mystery, wonder, and silence. The idea of a primordial race is found in ancient Egyptian texts and oral traditions, but also resonates in global mythologies. In Egypt, references to beings taller and wiser than ordinary humans appear in hieroglyphs and stories of Zep-Tepi, the first time when gods walked the earth and taught humanity the arts of civilization. These beings are said to have built the earliest monuments, laid the foundations of sacred geography, and established the principles of Ma'at, the cosmic balance essential to life. Why were these builders of the first sky so revered? Their size and wisdom set them apart. Some myths describe them as giants towering over mountains, able to move massive stones with ease. Others portray them as enlightened sages, guardians of secret knowledge passed down through the ages. Their temples were not mere buildings, but expressions of cosmic harmony, structures aligned with stars, planets, and the rhythms of the earth itself. The physical evidence offers intriguing hints. Megalithic sites, including the Osirian at Abydos and the submerged temples near the Nile Delta, exhibit construction techniques that exceed the known capabilities of dynastic builders. Massive granite blocks, polygonal masonry, and precise alignment suggest skills that may have originated from an earlier tradition, one possibly linked to the builders of the first sky. Yet, if these beings existed, why did they vanish? Legend suggests their disappearance was as dramatic as their presence. Some tell of great cataclysms, floods, celestial upheavals, or divine judgment that swept them away, leaving only their monuments as testimony. Others speak of deliberate withdrawal, a retreat into hidden realms or other planes of existence, leaving humanity to continue their legacy without their direct guidance. This vanishing echoes themes found worldwide: the departure of gods, the retreat of giants, the fading of a golden age. It marks a transition from mythic time to human history, from divine intervention to mortal endeavor. The builders become shadows, their memory preserved in stone but lost in flesh. What remains is the impact. Their teachings shaped the development of astronomy, architecture, mathematics, and spirituality. They encoded knowledge into monuments that continue to confound and inspire. The pyramids, temples, and star-aligned structures are their lasting signature, testaments to a vision that bridged earth and sky. The builders of the first sky also remind us of the human longing for connection, to the divine, to ancestors, to origins beyond our reach. Their story, though shrouded in myth, speaks to a universal desire to explain the extraordinary, to claim a heritage that reaches beyond ordinary time. In contemplating their legacy, we face not only questions of history but of meaning. Were they real beings, lost in time, or symbolic figures representing the ideals of wisdom, strength, and creation? Perhaps both. Perhaps their story is an invitation to look deeper at the monuments, to listen to the silence of stone, and to imagine a world where the sky itself was built by hands both mortal and divine. The builders of the first sky remain with us, not in flesh, but in memory. Their vanished presence is felt in the weight of granite, the alignment of stars, and the enduring mystery of Egypt's earliest wonders. They stand as timeless architects of wonder, inviting us still to gaze upward and to wonder what once touched the earth from the heavens above. From the misty peaks of Tibet to the sun-drenched isles of Polynesia, legends whisper of ancient lands swallowed by the sea, civilizations that once flourished with wisdom and power, only to vanish beneath the waves. Names like Lemuria and Mu evoke these lost worlds, imagined as continents or sprawling islands home to advanced peoples whose technologies and knowledge surpass those of later eras. Though these tales are often dismissed as myth, their recurrence across distant cultures invites the possibility that they echo a shared memory, fragments of ancient truths preserved in oral traditions. Could such memories have also traveled to Egypt, weaving themselves into the rich tapestry of its own history and myth? The story of Lemuria first emerged in 19th-century scientific theories that sought to explain biogeographical mysteries, proposing a lost land in the Indian Ocean connecting Madagascar to India. Later, occultists and esoteric writers expanded on this idea, portraying Lemuria as a cradle of early civilization, advanced in spirituality and technology. Similarly, Mu was described by some as a vast Pacific continent, home to a golden age destroyed by cataclysmic floods. Though modern geology denies the physical existence of these continents as once imagined, the myths endure. In Polynesia, oral histories speak of islands sunk beneath the ocean, of ancestors who sailed from distant, vanished homelands. Tibetan stories speak of ancient kingdoms swallowed by water or hidden beneath earth. These narratives share common themes of loss, knowledge, and rebirth, resonating with global flood myths and tales of forgotten golden ages. In Egypt, flood myths and the concept of cyclical destruction and renewal are deeply embedded. The story of Zep-Tepi, the first time, describes a primordial age when gods walked among men, shaping civilization before a great deluge altered the world. While Egyptian texts do not explicitly mention Lemuria or Mu, the parallels with these sunken lands and lost epochs are striking. It is possible that such memories, carried by traders, travelers, or migrating peoples, mingled with native myths, enriching and expanding Egypt's spiritual landscape. Ancient Egypt's interest in the cosmos, cycles, and the underworld also aligns with these global narratives. The emphasis on resurrection, transformation, and the journey of the soul mirrors themes found in the stories of lost continents, places where humanity once achieved a higher state of being before cataclysm prompted a new beginning. Could artifacts, architecture, or ritual practices in Egypt reflect influences from or memories of these ancient civilizations? Some researchers point to unusual similarities in symbolic motifs, construction techniques, or cosmological concepts between Egyptian and Pacific cultures. While direct connections remain speculative, the shared motif suggests a universal human impulse to remember and honor vanished origins. The idea that memories of Lemuria and Mu could have survived in Egypt's oral history invite a broader view of cultural transmission. Long before written records, stories passed orally, adapting and merging across generations and geographies. These narratives carry the weight of collective experience, warning, teaching, and preserving the essence of past civilizations. Whether literal or symbolic, the echoes of sunken lands speak to a human fascination with origins and endings, with knowledge lost and found. They remind us that history is not only what is written in stone, but what is carried in song, myth, and memory. In contemplating these myths, we see Egypt not as an isolated cradle of civilization, but as part of a wider web of ancient knowledge, intertwined with global stories of creation, destruction, and rebirth. The sunken continents of Lemuria and Mu become more than mere speculation. They are threads in the fabric of a shared human past. And so, through the sands of Egypt and across the vast oceans, these echoes call to us, inviting us to listen not only to what was written, but to what was remembered, to seek not just monuments, but meaning, to understand that beneath the surface of myth lies the enduring quest to connect with origins, with wisdom, and with the mysteries of the deep. Long before the flames consumed its vast halls, the Library of Alexandria stood as a beacon of ancient knowledge, a sanctuary where the world's wisdom was gathered, preserved, and studied. Founded in the 3rd century BCE, this great repository housed scrolls and manuscripts from Egypt's earliest dynasties, Mesopotamia, Greece, and beyond. Among its treasures were said to be texts that chronicled civilizations long vanished, including the enigmatic Atlantis and perhaps even records predating dynastic Egypt itself. The loss of these scrolls is often mourned as the greatest intellectual catastrophe of the ancient world. But what exactly did we lose? Ancient writers praise Alexandria's library as a place where scholars pursued the mysteries of the cosmos, language, medicine, mathematics, and history. It was a melting pot of cultures and ideas, drawing scholars from across the Mediterranean and Near East. The library's ambitious collectors sought not only contemporary works, but also copies of ancient manuscripts, some said to include transcripts of the Book of Thoth and accounts from civilizations predating recorded history. The myth of Atlantis, as described by Plato, was reportedly part of the library's holdings. These texts may have offered more than legend. They might have contained descriptions of advanced technology, societal structures, and cataclysmic events that shaped the Earth's surface. If true, such scrolls could have provided insights into the origins of Egyptian civilization, its spiritual foundations, and its relationship with other ancient cultures. Similarly, references to pre-dynastic Egypt within the library's collection suggest an awareness of a golden age, an era when gods or godlike beings shaped human destiny. These texts might have preserved astronomical observations, engineering techniques, and philosophical doctrines lost to later generations. Their destruction means that much of this knowledge remains inaccessible, buried beneath the weight of history and silence. The exact cause and timing of the library's destruction remain debated. Whether destroyed in a single catastrophic fire or lost gradually over centuries through neglect, political upheaval, and conflict, the loss represents a severing of cultural memory. The scrolls, crafted from papyrus, fragile and vulnerable, were consumed by flames or decay, leaving behind only fragments and second-hand accounts. Without these documents, we rely heavily on archaeological remains and surviving texts that are often incomplete or cryptic. The monumental architecture, advanced engineering, and astronomical precision of ancient Egypt hint at knowledge that extended beyond surviving records. Without the library's lost scrolls, much of the context for these achievements remains speculative. The loss also reverberates in the broader story of human progress. The library was not just an Egyptian institution, but a crossroads of global knowledge, where ideas from Africa, Asia, and Europe converged. Its destruction symbolizes the fragility of knowledge and the impermanence of cultural memory. Yet, the legacy of the Library of Alexandria endures as a symbol of human aspiration, the drive to collect, understand, and preserve. It reminds us that knowledge is not static but vulnerable, requiring care and reverence. In imagining what the lost pre-Egyptian scrolls contained, we glimpse a world where history, science, and myth intertwined, a world where civilizations remember their origins, their achievements, and their place in the cosmos. We see a past rich with wisdom, much of which vanished before we could grasp it fully. The ruins of the library echo with silence, but they also resonate with hope. For in the fragments and echoes of ancient knowledge lie seeds waiting to be rediscovered. And in seeking to recover what was lost, we honor the timeless quest that began in Alexandria, a quest for understanding that spans millennia and continues to inspire us today. In the sun-drenched city of Heliopolis, known to the ancient Egyptians as Unu, the City of Pillars, there flourished a priesthood whose influence and knowledge shaped much of Egypt's spiritual and scientific heritage. Long before the rise of the well-known dynasties, the priests of Heliopolis were keepers of sacred calendars, guardians of solar mysteries, and custodians of rituals that echoed the rhythms of the cosmos. Their teachings, preserved in myth and temple, suggest a lineage of wisdom that may stretch back into the murky depths of pre-Egyptian civilization. Heliopolis was the center of the worship of Ra, the sun god, whose journey across the sky symbolized creation, renewal, and divine order. The priests there developed intricate calendars based on solar cycles, lunar phases, and stellar movements, integrating astronomy with theology in ways that regulated agricultural cycles, religious festivals, and state rituals. Their ability to predict the heliacal rising of Sirius, the flooding of the Nile, and other celestial events was vital to the survival and prosperity of ancient Egypt. What sets the priesthood of Heliopolis apart is a suggestion that their knowledge was not born anew with Egypt's dynasties but inherited from an earlier, more ancient tradition. This tradition may have been rooted in pre-dynastic masters, cultures or beings whose scientific and spiritual understanding formed the foundation upon which later Egyptian religion was built. The mythic concept of Zep-Tepi, the first time, intertwines here with the tangible work of these priests, bridging myth and material practice. Texts such as the pyramid text, coffin text, and later the Book of the Dead reveal complex cosmologies and timekeeping systems that the priests of Heliopolis are believed to have influenced or originated. They spoke of cycles not only of day and night but of ages and epochs, mirroring the astronomical precession and the concept of the great year. Their solar theology encoded not only reverence but also precise observation. The rituals guarded by the Heliopolitan priests were both symbolic and practical. They enacted the rebirth of the sun daily, maintained the balance of Ma'at through ceremony, and instructed kings on their divine role within the cosmic order. This knowledge was esoteric, passed only to initiates trained in mathematics, astronomy, and ritual language. The architectural layout of Heliopolis itself may have reflected these sacred codes. Temples and obelisks aligned to solar phenomena, shafts that channeled sunlight into inner sanctums, and pillars carved with astronomical symbols all suggest that the city was designed as a living calendar and celestial observatory. Despite the prominence of Heliopolis in Egyptian history, much of its earliest priestly knowledge remains obscured, lost beneath the layers of later religious developments and the physical destruction of the city over time. Yet echoes persist, in myths, in architecture, and in the persistent alignment of Egyptian culture with solar cycles. The priests of Heliopolis stand as intermediaries between gods and men, between ancient wisdom and recorded history. Their role was not only to interpret the heavens, but to encode their understanding into the fabric of civilization. Whether their teachings originated with divine inspiration or ancient pre-Egyptian masters, they preserve a continuity of knowledge that shaped millennia. In contemplating their legacy, we see the vital importance of knowledge keepers in human history, the scribes, priests, and scholars who translate observation into meaning, ritual into order, and mystery into tradition. The priesthood of Heliopolis represents a thread linking the unseen past with the tangible monuments and calendars that structured Egyptian life. Their story invites us to reflect on how knowledge is transmitted, transformed, and sometimes forgotten, and how, beneath myth and monument, there lies a lineage of wisdom reaching back to the dawn of civilization itself. Across the vast expanse of human history, written language is often regarded as a hallmark of civilization, a tangible record of ideas, laws, stories, and science. Yet, when we peer into the shadows preceding ancient Egypt's dynastic era, we find a perplexing silence. If a civilization existed before the well-documented pharaohs, why did it leave no written texts? This absence invites reflection on the nature of communication, memory, and the possibility that knowledge was preserved in ways far different from the scrolls and inscriptions we now seek. One explanation lies in the power and endurance of oral tradition. Before writing systems were developed, human societies conveyed history, science, and spirituality through spoken word, song, and ritual. Stories were carefully memorized and passed down by specialized individuals, priests, shamans, bards, whose roles were both social and sacred. This oral transmission was dynamic, adapting and reinforcing communal memory with the aid of mnemonic devices such as poetry, repetition, and symbolic gestures. In cultures where the spoken word held supreme authority, the act of writing might have seemed inadequate or even profane. Knowledge was living, not static. It required participation, context, and presence. Written symbols, by contrast, fix knowledge into form, accessible but potentially divorced from the subtlety of experience and ceremony. For a pre-dynastic civilization deeply attuned to ritual and cosmic cycles, oral tradition could have been preferred mode, fluid, sacred, and bound to place and time. Another possibility is the use of symbolic communication beyond written language as we understand it. Early humans employed art, geometry, architecture, and symbolic objects to encode information. Megalithic alignments, sacred geometry, and ritual artifacts might have functioned as nonverbal texts, repositories of knowledge accessible only to the initiated. The landscape itself could have been a memory map, with stones and structures serving as prompts for storytelling, teaching, and ceremony. Deliberate silence may also explain the absence of texts. If the knowledge possessed by a pre-Egyptian civilization was considered sacred or dangerous, it may have been concealed intentionally, hidden in cryptic symbols, esoteric rituals, or secret chambers. Writing might have been reserved for select initiates, with broader knowledge maintained through controlled oral transmission to protect its power. Environmental factors could have contributed as well. Early writing materials such as papyrus, wood, or bark are perishable and vulnerable to climate. Any pre-dynastic text could have been lost to floods, fires, or decay long before later Egyptian inscriptions were carved into stone. Archaeological evidence is scarce in many regions due to these conditions, leaving gaps in our understanding. The silence of text challenges modern assumptions that equate literacy with progress or civilization. It reminds us that knowledge can exist in forms that resist capture by script. The deepest wisdom might reside in performance, in memory, in the embodied act of transmission, not just in written words. This perspective encourages us to look beyond the absence of text as absence of culture or knowledge. Instead, it invites appreciation for the richness of human communication in all its forms. It suggests that the pre-Egyptian builders, astronomers, and priests may have shared profound insights through means now largely invisible. In reflecting on why nothing was ever written, we confront the limits of archaeology and history. We recognize that much of human heritage is intangible, woven into dance, song, and stone. We acknowledge that silence is not emptiness, but presence in another form. Ultimately, the lack of pre-dynastic text deepens the mystery rather than diminishing it. It points to a civilization whose legacy is encoded in monument, myth, and memory, a civilization that chose or was forced to speak through stone and story rather than scroll. And in this silence, we find an invitation to listen more closely to the world around us, to read the language of landscape and symbol, and to honor the myriad ways knowledge travels across time, often without words, yet always with meaning. Throughout the millennia, the earth has not stood still. Its surface has shifted, cracked, and transformed under forces vast and relentless. Floods that rage beyond memory, deserts that creep silently across fertile plains, and tectonic plates that grind and lift continents in slow, unstoppable motion. These cataclysms have shaped the world we know, but they have also erased chapters of human history, burying civilizations beneath layers of stone, sand, and sediment. In Egypt, these geological upheavals may hold the key to understanding why entire epochs, possibly those of a pre-dynastic civilization, have been lost to time. Evidence of catastrophic floods in the Nile region is embedded in the landscape itself. Geological studies reveal that vast inundations occurred not just seasonally, but as extraordinary events, massive floods possibly triggered by climatic shifts or tectonic activity. These floods could have devastated early settlements, washing away structures, artifacts, and written records. Layers of alluvial deposits hide ruins beneath meters of mud and silt, making archaeological detection difficult and preservation rare. The story of erosion adds another layer of complexity. The Great Sphinx, carved from soft limestone, bears unmistakable signs of water erosion that some geologists date to a time before the last known dynasties, possibly over 7,000 years ago. If true, this suggests a wetter climate and substantial rainfall that reshaped the stone itself. Such environmental conditions would have challenged early builders and may have led to abandonment or destruction of structures older than traditionally believed. Desertification, too, transformed the region. The Sahara was not always the vast arid expanse we see today. Ancient rock art shows animals and vegetation, indicating a lush environment. Over thousands of years, climate changes slowly dried the land, pushing human populations toward the Nile and altering settlement patterns. This gradual encroachment buried sites under shifting sands, erasing traces of entire communities. Tectonic movements, earthquakes and crustal shifts, could also have played a role. Fault lines crisscross Egypt and the surrounding regions, causing ground upheaval that damaged structures and altered landscapes. Sudden collapses or subsidence might have swallowed cities whole, turning bustling centers into forgotten ruins hidden beneath rubble. Together, these forces create what might be called the Great Forgetting, a geological and environmental process that obscures the earliest chapters of human history. It is a forgetting not of choice but of circumstance, when natural cataclysms erase the physical evidence of cultures, leaving behind only tantalizing hints. The implications for archaeology are profound. Many sites remain inaccessible or unidentified because they lie buried deep beneath flood deposits or desert sands. Our current timelines, based on surviving artifacts and texts, may represent only a fraction of human experience, what endured rather than what was. This geological lens also helps explain the gaps and mysteries in Egypt's early history. The absence of pre-dynastic texts or widespread ruins may be due to their destruction or burial by these natural events. The monuments that do survive, pyramids, temples, statues, are often located in places less vulnerable to flooding or tectonic damage, chosen for their stability and resilience. Understanding erosion, floods, and tectonics as active agents in history invites a humbler approach to the past. It acknowledges that nature shapes not only the environment but the story we tell about ourselves. It reminds us that the silence of stone or absence of text may be the result of Earth's own tumultuous rhythms. In contemplating the great forgetting, we glimpse a world both fragile and enduring, a world where civilizations rose and fell not only by human will but by forces beyond control, where knowledge was lost beneath mud and sand, waiting to be uncovered by patient exploration. And perhaps, beneath the layers of earth, lie the true remnants of a vanished civilization, waiting for the right moment, the right tools, and the right eyes to remember again. In the vast desert plains where ancient monuments rise, a profound silence envelops the massive stones, silent sentinels standing for millennia without a name, without a story, without an inscription to reveal their creators. These colossal structures, pyramids, temples, and monoliths, offer no written record of the hands that shaped them. They speak not through words, but through presence, through weight, through shadow and light. To stand before them is to encounter profound mystery of the unknown builders, and to face questions that reach beyond history into the realm of emotion and philosophy. The silence of stone is not emptiness. It is a space filled with echoes, echoes of effort, of intention, of human will set in motion long ago. Each block, carved in place of precision, carries the weight of countless hours, the breath of workers, and the vision of minds who dared to conceive something attainable. Yet their names remain lost, swallowed by time or deliberately erased. Their voices are unheard, yet their work endures. This absence invites reflection on the nature of legacy. What does it mean to build without leaving a direct record? To create monuments that outlast memory itself? The unknown builders of pre-Egyptian structures challenge the assumption that history requires written proof. Instead, they offer testimony through form, through scale, through geometry. Their legacy is one of presence, a silent assertion that something meaningful happened here. Emotionally, encountering such silent monuments can evoke awe, humility, and even melancholy. Or at the scale and craftsmanship, humility before human ingenuity, melancholy for the lost stories and vanished lives. These structures are tombstones not only for individuals but for entire cultures whose voices have faded. They remind us that history is fragile and that many have contributed to human progress without recognition. Philosophically, the silence raises questions about knowledge and memory. How do we connect with people separated from us by thousands of years when language fails? How does meaning persist without words? Perhaps meaning resides in shared experience, our recognition of human effort and aspiration mirrored in stone. Perhaps silence itself is a form of communication, inviting us to listen differently. The unknown builders also embody a paradox. They sought permanence, yet their identities remain impermanent. Their creations speak of a desire to transcend mortality, to claim a place in eternity, but the silence suggests that names and stories are fragile compared to stone. It challenges modern values placed on documentation and fame, reminding us that impact can be profound even without narrative. This silence also invites imagination. We wonder about the lives of these builders, their beliefs, their challenges, their triumphs. Were they priests, engineers, slaves, or visionaries? Did they understand the meaning of their work in ways now lost? Did they anticipate that future generations would stand in reverence before their creations, seeking answers in absence? In a broader sense, the silence of stone reflects the human condition. We all leave traces, some loud, some quiet, of our existence. Yet much of life's meaning is found in what remains unsaid, in the spaces between words, in the invisible forces shaping history. The silent monuments remind us to honor not only the known but the unknown, to respect the mysteries woven into our shared past. Standing before these silent stones, we are invited to be present, to hold wonder without needing answers, to embrace mystery without demanding closure. In that presence, we connect not only to the builders but to the timeless human impulse to create, endure, and be remembered, even if only through the quiet dignity of stone. And so, the silence of stone becomes a language all its own. It speaks in stillness and shadow, in weight and proportion. It invites us to listen with more than ears, to hear with heart and mind the echoes of forgotten time, and to find meaning in what remains when stories fade away. In the careful holes of modern archaeology, timelines are drawn with precision, chronologies built upon layers of evidence, carbon dating, and scholarly consensus. These timelines map the rise and fall of civilizations, tracing human history through artifacts, inscriptions, and architectural remains. Yet, beneath this well-ordered structure lies a question that invites gentle reflection. Could there be chapters of the past that remain hidden because they challenge prevailing frameworks? Could deeper timelines, those reaching further back than currently accepted, hold truths that we hesitate to fully embrace? This is not a question of criticism, but of openness, a call to consider the possibility that academic models, built to ensure rigor and consistency, may also create boundaries around what is investigated and accepted. The weight of established narrative brings certainty, but it may also bring limitations. In the face of anomalous artifacts, unexplained architectural feats, and mysterious legends, the tendency is often to seek explanations within existing frameworks rather than to expand those frameworks. Throughout history, many discoveries that reshaped understanding began as anomalies, artifacts out of place, structures seemingly too advanced for their time, or myths that hinted at forgotten epochs. These findings initially met skepticism, sometimes resistance, before gradually entering the body of accepted knowledge. The process reflects not rejection of truth, but the cautious care necessary to distinguish evidence from speculation. Yet the silent question remains, might some evidence be overlooked because it does not fit comfortably into the accepted timeline? Sites showing signs of advanced technology predating known civilizations, or oral history suggesting lost ages, challenge the neat divisions of prehistory and history. Such challenges invite curiosity rather than dismissal. The reluctance to embrace deeper timelines can also stem from methodological constraints. Radiocarbon dating, stratigraphy, and other tools have limitations, particularly in contexts disturbed by geology, erosion, or human activity. Interpretation depends on available data, which is often incomplete. As a result, early chapters of human experience may be fragmented or hidden beneath natural and cultural layers. The academic community is aware of these challenges and continuously revises models as new data emerges. Still, the scale of ancient mysteries sometimes outpaces current methods. It takes time, patience, and new technologies, like advanced imaging, DNA analysis, and remote sensing, to uncover subtle traces of lost civilizations. In this light, expanding timelines is not about rejecting established knowledge, but about embracing the vastness of human history with humility and openness. It is a reminder that history is a living discipline, evolving as new discoveries illuminate the shadows of the past. Importantly, this approach does not diminish the achievements of known civilizations. Instead, it situates them within a broader context, one where the roots of knowledge, culture, and technology stretch deeper than previously imagined. It invites us to see ancient Egypt not as an isolated beginning, but as part of a continuum shaped by earlier peoples whose footprints may still lie buried. The call to reconsider timelines is also a call to embrace mystery, not as a gap to be quickly filled, but as a space for wonder and inquiry. It encourages us to listen to the silence alongside the evidence, to balance skepticism with openness, and to remain curious about the stories that stone and soil have yet to tell. Ultimately, the timeline we refuse to see is not a challenge to science, but an invitation to exploration. It asks us to keep looking, to keep questioning, and to hold space for the unexpected. In doing so, we honor the spirit of discovery that has driven humanity to seek its origins across deserts, oceans, and stars. And so, with calm reflection and patient inquiry, we may one day broaden our understanding, unfolding a past richer and more complex than ever imagined, where the mysteries of pre-Egyptian civilizations become part of the shared story of human heritage. Throughout the vast expanse of human history, technology has often been understood as a mastery of physical tools, machines, structures, and inventions that shape the material world. Yet, within the depths of ancient wisdom lies a quieter, subtler form of technology, the technology of the spirit. This is a system not of gears and stone, but of consciousness, resonance, and awareness, a profound mastery over the inner landscape that ancient civilizations cultivated alongside their monumental architecture and scientific observation. Ancient Egypt offers rich insights into this perspective. The builders of pyramids and temples did not separate the physical from the spiritual. Their creations were conceived as vessels for transformation, designed to align human experience with cosmic rhythms. The concept of ma'at, balance, truth, and order, was both a social principle and a cosmic law, a technology for harmonizing the self with the universe. In this view, spiritual technology involves the use of sound, vibration, geometry, and ritual to influence consciousness. The architecture of sacred spaces often incorporates resonant chambers, harmonic proportions, and alignments that correspond to celestial cycles, inviting participants into states of altered awareness. The Great Pyramid's internal chambers and shafts, for example, have been shown to resonate with specific frequencies, potentially facilitating meditative or transcendent experiences. Moreover, ancient texts and myths speak of initiatory journeys, rites of passage, and esoteric teachings aimed at awakening latent human capacities. The Book of the Dead, the Pyramid texts, and other sacred writings describe the soul's voyage through realms of light and shadow, guided by knowledge encoded in symbols and sound. These were not merely religious stories, but manuals of spiritual technology, blueprints for navigating the mysteries of existence. The use of crystals, sacred geometry, and ritual objects also reflects this technology. Quartz, with its piezoelectric properties, may have been valued not just with beauty but for its ability to store and transmit subtle energies. Geometric patterns found in temple reliefs and artifacts symbolize cosmic principles, serving as tools for focusing attention and aligning consciousness. Across cultures, similar spiritual technologies appear. From the meditation practices of India and Tibet to the shamanic traditions of the Americas, humans have sought methods to transcend ordinary perception and connect with deeper realities. These practices often involve deliberate use of breath, sound, movement, and focus intention, technologies of the mind and spirit rather than the body. Approaching ancient wisdom through this gentle lens shifts the focus from material artifacts alone to the experiences and knowledge they were meant to facilitate. It invites us to consider that the greatest achievements of early civilizations may not be their monuments or machines, but an understanding of consciousness itself. This perspective also encourages humility. The technology of the spirit is not mastered by force or control, but by surrender and harmony. It requires patience, presence, and sensitivity, qualities that modern technological paradigms often overlook. In exploring these ancient systems, we find echoes of a different kind of progress, one measured not by invention but by insight. The legacy of spiritual technology challenges us to broaden our definition of knowledge and mastery. It suggests that true power lies not only in shaping the external world but in cultivating awareness, resonance, and connection. That through inner transformation, we can align ourselves with the rhythms of the cosmos, just as the pyramids and temples align with the stars. In embracing this view, we honor the full spectrum of ancient wisdom, a wisdom that encompasses stone and soul, silence and song, structure and spirit. It is an invitation to rediscover the technology of the spirit within ourselves, and to recognize that the journey of human evolution is as much inward as it is outward. And so, as we contemplate the mysteries of vanished civilizations and their enduring monuments, we remember that beneath the stones and symbols lies a technology still accessible, the technology of consciousness, timeless and transformative, calling us gently toward deeper understanding and unity. Beneath the relentless sun and endless sky, the sands of Egypt stretch like a vast, shimmering ocean, an ever-shifting sea of golden grains that both conceal and preserve. To the casual eye, these deserts appear empty, barren, timeless. But to those who listen closely, the sands speak in whispers, guardians of secrets, keepers of memories, silent witnesses to epochs long past. They hide the stars beneath their surface, yet carry their light in subtle ways, waiting patiently for future dreamers to uncover what has been carefully buried but never truly lost. The desert is a paradox. It erases footprints in smooth stone, but it also protects. Ancient cities lie beneath dunes that shield them from wind and weather. Monuments sink slowly, embraced by sand as if to cradle them until the world is ready again. This burial is not destruction, it is preservation through concealment. The sands hide the fragile, the delicate, the irreplaceable from the wear of time and human hands. Across millennia, shifting dunes have swallowed entire settlements, temples, and roads. Yet beneath them, stone endures. The geometry of a temple floor, the curve of a pillar, the alignment of an ancient path, all remain, waiting beneath the layers of earth. These remnants are fragments of a story larger than any one generation, a narrative stretching from the dawn of civilization to our present moment. The sands also guard intangible mysteries, the knowledge encoded in myth, symbol, and ritual. Stories of gods and giants, of vanished continents and cosmic cycles, live on in oral traditions and sacred texts. Though these narratives may fade or transform, they persist in the collective memory, held in trust by the desert's quiet vastness. For the dreamers who walk these lands today, archaeologists, historians, mystics, and seekers, the desert is both challenge and invitation. It demands patience and reverence, asking that we look beyond the surface and listen with more than sight. The sand silence is a language of waiting, of watchfulness. It says, "Here is what was. Here is what is hidden. Come when you are ready." In this waiting lies hope. The hope that what has been lost to sight will one day be found. That buried temples will rise again. That forgotten knowledge will awaken. That the stars hidden beneath the sand will shine once more in human understanding. This reflection extends beyond Egypt. It is a metaphor for history itself, the idea that the past is never truly gone, only hidden. That beneath layers of time, in silence and shadow, lie truths awaiting rediscovery. It reminds us that mystery is not a void but a space of possibility, where the unknown beckons with gentle persistence. The sands teach us humility. They remind us that human endeavors, no matter how grand, are fragile before the forces of nature and time. Yet they also affirm endurance, that stone, story, and spirit survive beneath the surface, holding fast against oblivion. As night falls over the desert, the stars emerge, unchanged, eternal. They watch over the sand, just as the sand guards them. Together, they form a continuum of light and shadow, presence and absence, memory and mystery. And so, the sand that hides the stars becomes a symbol of the unseen depths beneath our world, a reminder that beneath apparent emptiness lies fullness, that beneath silence lies voice, that beneath loss lies the promise of finding. For future dreamers, those who look beyond certainty and embrace wonder, the sands offer sacred trust. To carry forward a legacy of the unknown, to honor the builders, the mystics, the seekers who came before, and to dream the dream of uncovering what has been patiently kept. In the quiet desert, where time flows like wind and stars are hidden but not lost, the journey continues. The sand waits, the stars wait, and those who listen may yet hear the ancient song beneath the stillness, guiding them toward light. Across the ancient landscapes of the old world, where deserts stretch endlessly and mountains rise toward the heavens, there lie silent monuments that seem to breathe with a hidden life. Stone giants stand immobile, sleeping cities lie buried beneath earth and sand, and chambers carved deep into rock wait in quiet anticipation. These are not mere relics of a bygone era. They are, some suggest, technologies designed to sleep, to lie dormant until the world, in its unfolding journey, is ready to awaken them once more. The phrase sleeping giants captures the paradox of these ancient marvels. On the surface, they appear innate, massive stones piled with precision, ruins overgrown or submerged, silent halls empty of human presence. Yet beneath this stillness pulses a suggestion of potential. They are monuments not just of stone and mortar, but of intention, crafted to endure beyond the lifespans of their creators, poised for a future moment when their purpose might be fulfilled anew. Consider the pyramids themselves. Often seen as tombs, they also embody complex geometry, alignment to stars, and internal chambers that resonate with sound. Some researchers propose that the pyramid were constructed as energy devices, their form designed to harness natural forces. If so, these structures could be viewed as dormant machines, waiting for conditions, technological, spiritual, or environmental, to reawaken their function. Sleeping cities, too, whisper of latent power. Sites submerged beneath seas, buried by shifting deserts, or concealed by volcanic ash have been found around the world, Pompeii, Heraclean, and others. These cities, frozen in time, carry the energy of daily life pause, waiting for rediscovery. Could their concealment be intentional, a safeguard against destruction or misuse until humanity is ready to engage with their knowledge responsibly? Silent chambers and hidden tunnels beneath monuments add another layer to this vision. Sealed entrances, unexplored voids, and restricted passages hint at secrets preserved deliberately. These spaces might house artifacts, knowledge, or technology too powerful or fragile to be exposed prematurely. Their secrecy preserves them not only physically but energetically, maintaining a balance between concealment and revelation. This concept resonates with broader ancient philosophies that view time as cyclical and knowledge as layered. Civilizations rise, knowledge is gained and lost, and wisdom sleeps until the cycle turns again. The builders of these giants may have understood their place in a larger cosmic rhythm, creating legacies meant to endure across ages and awaken when alignment with celestial or earthly cycles is right. The idea of technology as living, sleeping entities invites a shift from seeing ancient monuments as static ruins to perceiving them as dynamic participants in human history. They are not relics to be dismantled or studied only in fragments, but bridges between past and future, repositories of possibility. Emotionally, the notion that something sleeps beneath the stone evokes both wonder and responsibility. It suggests that our engagement with the past is not passive but active, that uncovering these giants requires readiness, respect, and humility. The awakening of such power could transform understanding, but only if approached with care. Philosophically, sleeping giants challenge modern views of progress as linear and relentless. They propose a deeper rhythm, one of rest and renewal, concealment and revelation, timing beyond human urgency. In this, ancient technology is not obsolete but waiting, a seed beneath winter soil, poised for spring. As we explore these sleeping giants, we are invited to listen to the silence, the stillness, and the spaces between stone blocks. To recognize that history is not only what is visible but what lies dormant, to honor the builders who foresaw a future beyond their own, and prepare ourselves to awaken what has long been waiting. In this vision, the past and future merge. The old world giants slumber not in oblivion but in hope, hope that when humanity is ready, they will rise again, guiding us toward knowledge, balance, and transformation. If the ancient builders of stone, whose hand-shaped monuments that still endure, could speak to us now, what might they say? Not in words carved or spoken, but in a language beyond language, a silent message woven into the geometry of their wake, the placement of each block, the alignment of each temple. Their voice would not be heard as sound, but felt as presence, a timeless, wordless communication reaching across millennia, bridging the gap between past and present. They might remind us of the sacredness of creation, not only of stone and structure, but of thought, intention, and care. That building was an act of communion, a gesture toward the cosmos, and a statement of human possibility. Each monument was a prayer, a map, a lesson carved in permanence, inviting us to see not just with eyes, but with understanding hearts. They could speak of balance, the principle of Ma'at, that governs both universe and life. They might urge us to seek harmony within ourselves and with the world, to respect cycles of growth and decay, light and shadow. Their message would be one of patience, of knowing that all things unfold in their time, beyond the urgency of modern haste. Perhaps they would tell us that knowledge is not possession, but relationship, that wisdom grows in connection with earth, sky, stars, and each other. They might encourage us to listen to the wind in the desert, the silence in the stones, the rhythm of the seasons, and through that listening to awaken deeper awareness. They might caution us about forgetting, that the greatest loss is not the fall of cities or the erosion of stone, but the fading of memory and reverence. To forget is to sever the thread that links generations, to lose the story that guides us through change. Their monuments stand not only as reminders of what was, but as guardians of what might be reclaimed. Their message could also be one of humility, that despite all our achievements, we are but temporary guests on this earth, woven into a vast tapestry far greater than ourselves. To build without arrogance, to create with respect, to live in balance with all life. They might invite us to dream, not merely of power or progress, but of deeper understanding, to see the unseen forces that shape reality, to recognize that science and spirit are threads of the same fabric, and that true mastery involves both head and heart. Their voice, silent though it is, carries an urgency born not of fear but of hope, a hope that we might awaken to our place within the grand cycle, to honor the legacy they left, and to build our own monuments of meaning for those yet to come. If they spoke to us now, it would not be to instruct or command, but to remind us that the past is living, that time is cyclical, and that each of us holds a spark of the eternal within. In hearing their silent message, we are called to listen to the echoes beneath our feet, the stars above, and the quiet spaces between. To remember that though words may fade, meaning endures. That though builders pass, their spirit remains. And so, the forgotten builders speak still, not in voice, but in stone and shadow, in alignment and proportion. Their message is timeless, wordless, and deeply human. It reaches out across the ages, inviting us to awaken, to wonder, and to build anew with reverence and love. At the close of this journey through time, through stone, and through silence, we find ourselves standing at the edge of a vast unknown. The vanished builders, the hands that shaped pyramids, carved temples, and aligned monuments to stars, have left no farewell letter, no final testament. Instead, they left stone, enduring, mute, and majestic. Their story is not one of certainty, but of mystery, not a conclusion, but of invitation. We have glimpsed fragments, architectural marvels, enigmatic artifacts, cosmic alignments that suggest a civilization of profound knowledge and intention. Yet, the full picture remains out of reach, veiled by erosion, time, and deliberate concealment. The builders themselves have vanished, their names lost, their voices silent. What remains is a farewell written not in words, but in stone and shadow. This farewell is a stillness, a moment to pause and reflect. It is an acceptance that some questions may never be answered, some secrets never fully revealed. Yet within that stillness lies profound wonder. Wonder at human creativity that transcended limitations. Wonder at the mystery of civilizations that rose, flourished, and disappeared, leaving legacies that challenge and inspire. We stand humbled by the scale of their achievements and the depth of their silence. We acknowledge the limits of our knowledge and the breadth of what we have yet to discover. The vanished builders do not demand understanding. They invite contemplation. This is not an end, but a threshold, a place where history meets myth, where science touches spirituality, and where the past opens into possibility. The farewell in stone is a call to remain curious, to honor the unknown, and to continue seeking with humility and patience. As the sun sets over the desert, casting long shadows across ancient stones, we carry with us the echoes of those who came before. Their farewell is gentle and enduring, a reminder that while they may be gone, their presence lingers in every grain of sand, every alignment of stars, and every silent monument. In embracing this stillness, we join a timeless conversation, one that stretches beyond words and generations, connecting all who look upward and wonder. The vanished builders may be silent, but through their stones, they speak to us still. And so, with hearts open and minds receptive, we close this chapter, not with certainty, but with awe, not with final answers, but with enduring wonder.